Hey, Deb.
Yeah.
Start video. There's a line that came across that, and it says you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
Okay, let me double check. Hold on, hold on a second. Okay, and you're saying, Mr. Pelosi, is that you? I'm sorry, I was in the other. Okay, yeah, I can go ahead and start your video when you need to. You can't see anything?
Gotcha.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to start the webinar and I'll work on you. And then in the meantime, Steve can start the meeting.
All right, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Yeah, you're all set, Steve. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Judiciary Committee public hearing for March 17th, 2021. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. Thanks for joining us. Any remarks from my co-chair or ranking members?
Good morning.
All right, then let's get to it. We have before us today, we have 15 judicial nominations for review. These are new nominations from the governor. We do expect votes later in the day from members to be aware. First up will be Linda Allard.
Good morning.
Good morning, Attorney Allard. If you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or on a penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. You know, Ms. Allard, your volume is very low.
I'll speak up.
There we go. All righty. If you have an opening statement, feel free to make it.
Good morning, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Stassrom, Vice Chair Blumenthal, Vice Chair Kaiser, Ranking Member Fishbein, Ranking Member Kissel, and all distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I am honored and privileged to be given this opportunity to be here before you today. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to the Superior Court bench. I also want to thank my parents, other family members, and friends. I am the middle child of the 5 children of Robert and Hope Berry, and am the first member of my family to graduate from college. My mother, who is deceased, who would be very proud of me, was a switchboard operator at the Connecticut Veterans Home and Hospital in Rocky Hill. And my father, who is 85 and also proud of me and watching from home, was a handyman who worked his way up to lithographer when he worked at Rainbows in Enfield, Connecticut. I am a biological and adoptive mother of 5 children. I have 2 foster children that I am in the process of adopting, and I love all my children very much. I have been a foster mother for 20 years and have fostered 52 children, mostly teenage sibling groups, and provided respite care to dozens of children. I have taken the road less traveled to get here before you today. I dropped out of East Hartford High School in 1977, married my high school sweetheart, and had a baby all at the tender age of 17. I was determined to have a better future, so I earned my GED while working machinist at Pratt & Whitney Aircraft. Over the next 15 years, I was divorced with 3 children, accepted a position at the Hartford Insurance Group, attended night school at Central Connecticut State University, and then transferred to Post, a 2-year college at that time. And in 1994, I transferred to Cornell University. I resigned my position at the Hartford, moved to Ithaca, and in 1996, I earned my bachelor's degree, continued my studies, and obtained my Juris Doctorate degree from Cornell Law School. After graduation, I began my career at Connecticut Legal Services as a family law practitioner representing victims of domestic violence. In 2001, I obtained my current position at Greater Hartford Legal Aid. I worked for more than a decade as a statewide partnership attorney funded by the Federal Office on Violence Against Women. I provide an average of 120 to 150 legal consultations per year to victims of domestic violence referred to Greater Hartford Legal Aid from Interval House, Prudence Crandall, and the Network Against Domestic Abuse. I primarily practice in Superior Court and have been successful in receiving many favorable judgments for abused women and men. I served as co-counsel in an international child abduction case, also known as a Hague Convention case in the U.S. District Court of Connecticut. I have also argued at the Connecticut Supreme Court. Recently, I was appointed lead attorney for the newly formed medical legal partnership between Greater Hartford Legal Aid and the Hartford Healthcare Brownstone Clinic, where I provide legal advice regarding the social determinants of health. I appear before you today seeking your confirmation to become a Superior Court judge. I want to become a judge so that I can provide an even greater service to the community by advancing the promise of justice for all. I believe that my life and legal experience, together with my compassion, intelligence, patience, and honesty, have prepared me to be a successful judge. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Attorney Allard. See Representative Fishbein.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney Allard. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Sure. I found it very interesting when I was reviewing the backup, the case of Wendy V. On the mootness issue. And if you could just, that section of the backup, it asks for a significant litigated matter. I know it's a short decision. Why did you find that to be a significant, and I agree. So, but why did you personally find it to be a significant decision?
I found it significant because as you said, it's a short decision. And in the footnote, the court did say that they didn't understand why the trial court had not given the victim a hearing. But it was important because there are so many, we don't know, because restraining orders are not public, not something that the public can see. So we don't know how many victims go in and apply for a restraining order and don't get a hearing. And it's important that because the statute 46B15 says that if you go and apply for a restraining order, you shall be given a hearing within 14 days. And that decision, although it found that the issue was moot, because by the time I got to argue it, the trial level court had given us a hearing. It did note and made the statement that they were perplexed as to why the lower court didn't schedule a hearing on the restraining order.
And I guess the thought process was that in retrospect, you wanted to have that satisfaction that your client was following the correct course of conduct. While the court couldn't give you remedy, at least that statement was of solace to your client. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Also in your backup, you indicate with regard to question 21, and I know this may be sensitive issues, but I couldn't tell this from the backup. It indicates a couple of matters that you were involved in personally with family violence and the dual arrest situation. Can you just tell me, when did that occur?
So there were several times in the 80s. They were all at least 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't tell if it was 2 years ago, quite frankly. So there was no date, and I didn't want to dive in deeper on that. The other thing was there was a matter that you were involved in, according to the backup, having to do with petty larceny, and once again, I don't know when that was.
Representative Fishbein, I want to also say that I believe one of the last incidents was in the 90s, so I don't want to misspeak. That was in the issue you're talking about now was in New York, and it was called petty larceny, and that happened in the mid 90s as well.
Okay.
But I've never been convicted of a crime. My cases have been nollied or dismissed.
Yeah, based upon what I'm seeing here, it was dismissed after you provided a receipt to the state's attorney, and I just don't. What does that mean? Receipt for what?
Well, I was accused of shoplifting, and I hadn't shoplifted, and I had my receipt. I told the security officer I had my receipt, but he did not want to hear me, and I brought my receipt to the state attorney, and he dismissed my case. Okay,
understood. Sometimes when there's restitution or pay for this, bring a receipt, this is disposition. I just couldn't tell from the backup, so I'm glad that I was able to ask those questions and clear all that up. So thank you for being here, and congratulations on your nomination. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Attorney Allard. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Happy St. Patrick's Day. I don't know if anybody's brought it up yet today. I can see some green on the screen, but just a few questions. Justice McDonald has had been asking this question when he was chair of Judiciary, and I kind of took on the questioning when he left. And I was on judicial selection. So I know you got, for those of the members of the public and maybe some of the freshmen that don't know, the process, you got through judicial selection to get on the list. The governor appointed you from that list. So congratulations on getting through judicial selection and on your nomination by the governor. But the question that Justice McDonald always used to ask when he was chair of Judiciary was, there's an affliction that sometimes affects judges called robitis. Have you ever heard of that affliction?
I have. Good morning to and happy St. Patrick's Day. Yes, I have heard of that affliction.
So, and his question, and frankly, I would ask it when I was on judicial selection as well. You know, how could you assure us that once you are on the bench that you will not be afflicted with the illness of robitis?
Well, as I said in my opening statement, I do between 120 and 150 legal consultations per year, and that's been since 2004. And I enjoy helping people and listening, and I think I have great listening skills, and I don't foresee myself getting robitis on the bench if I'm confirmed.
Thank you. And I'll give a personal example. A number of years ago, unlike now where lawyers select their trial dates, a lot of times the courts used to just randomly select trial dates for cases. And I had a situation where trial date was selected for counsel, and my client was unavailable. I filed a motion for continuance that was agreed to by the other party because my client was not available. And that motion for continuance that was consented to was denied. Basically, the argument was, you know, you can get somebody else or you can work around it. It's a courtside trial. And so appealing that kind of a decision doesn't go very far. So I guess my question is, as a practitioner, and I assume that you would be amenable to consented to or agreed to motions for extension or consent to continue a trial date if the parties were in agreement. Is that something that you would be comfortable doing?
Yes, I would. I mean, I've had to ask for continuances as well. So I know sometimes it's not so easy always to hand your file over to somebody else in your firm. So absolutely.
Well, thank you, Your Honor, or thank you, Attorney Allard. Hopefully soon to be a member of the judiciary, and appreciate your responses, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney O'Day. Representative Gilchrist, I had next, followed by Representative Porter. You know what?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm here. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Allard, and congratulations on your nomination to the Superior Court. It's nice to see a nominee from West Hartford, and I really just wanted to thank you and credit your background. It is exciting to see a nominee who chose to work at Greater Hartford Legal Aid when there are many other opportunities for lawyers. So I appreciate that and the commissions you've served on. And then sharing in your questionnaire the experience with family violence. I apologize that occurred, but I think having experiences in one's life makes for a better judge. And so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. It appears West Hartford is well represented today in our
Yes,
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Judge. Well, Judge Allard is what I got ready to say, so I'm just going to say it. And I'm going to piggyback off of Representative O'Day and confirm what he said. I do believe in speaking those things that are not as if they were. So I'm going to congratulate you in advance. And I just want to say I've been sitting on this committee for many years, and many judges have come before us for nomination. And I am most impressed with your presentation. How you got to where you are is very inspiring. And I think at the time that we sit in history, this is pivotally important. So I just want to congratulate you and thank you for all the work that you've done. I will echo the sentiments of my good colleague, Representative Gilchrist, as a domestic violence survivor myself. I can totally understand what goes on and how that impacts a person. And to see that you've been able to turn around those experiences and come before us in this capacity is just, I think, something really awesome. So, and the last thing I'll say is that we do share the Phi Theta Kappa International Honor Society. I am a member also, and it will give me great pleasure to vote for you for this nomination for the court. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for sharing your story. I wish you much continued success, and I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Councilor Allard, and I simply want to thank you for using your own experience for good. I think any one of us in our different capacities is at risk for the Robitis syndrome. And so, but as someone who, I used to go out on police runs with domestic violence when I was the director of a shelter in New Haven many years ago. And I can't begin to say how impressed I am that you chose not to be defined by victimhood, but to use it to transform what's happening and your service to Interval House as well. And so I'm thrilled that you're here today, and I congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, Attorney Allard, I want to join my colleagues in congratulating you on your nomination. Wish you much success as this process plays forward. And I will remind you and I guess all the nominees before us, stay involved in the Bar Association, stay involved in your community when you do get onto the bench. It is one of the things this committee looks at and considers as folks come back before us 8 years later. We don't treat it just as a 9-to-5 job. I know you have extensive involvement in a number of the affinity bars throughout the state, and it's important that be maintained by members of the judiciary.
Well, thank you, Representative Southstrom.
Next up, we will hear from John Sorello.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Strastrom. Would you like me to start with my opening statement?
Please, I need you to raise your right hand first.
Oh, sorry.
Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Yes, you can go ahead and make your opening statement now, please.
Thank you very much. Chairman Winfield, Chairman Strastrom, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and all other members of the committee. My name is John Sorello, and I'm from New Haven. I'd like to thank Governor Lamont for this nomination. I grew up in Whippany, New Jersey. My father was the town barber, and my mother was a school teacher. I moved to Connecticut in 1993 and graduated from Quinnipiac University School of Law in 2000. I started my own practice in 2004 with my partner, Mark Visicchio, and have been working there ever since. For the past 20 years, I've I've practiced personal injury litigation for both plaintiffs and defendants. I've represented criminal defendants in cases from speeding tickets to murder charges, and I've done other civil litigation. I have been married 18 years to my wife, Michelle, and I have 2 children, AJ, who's 16, and Luciana, who's 15. I've always been involved in activities to support my community, the local Halloween parade, Nathan Hale Soapbox Derby, my Boy Scout Troop 401, the New Haven Civil Service Commission, and moderating local elections are just some of the things that I've done over the years. I think that it's interesting that Governor Lamont announced my nomination on February 17th, 10 days after the Super Bowl, because when I think about a Superior Court judge's job, I think of the Super Bowl. Every year, the 2 best teams in the NFL compete against each other for their national title. The players have devoted their lives to the sport. Coaches have been preparing all season. The fans and advertisers are very excited for the big game. Every Super Bowl is very consequential. There's a lot riding on each play, and ultimately, who wins the game? The teams, their coaches, their fans are all invested in the outcome to see which quarterback wins the trophy and goes to Disneyland. On the field, there's always one person who's very important to the outcome of the game. He's not a quarterback or receiver. He doesn't score touchdowns or catch interceptions. He's the referee. The referee knows he's important to the game as he walks onto the field, but he also knows that nobody's there to cheer for him or watch him do his job. The teams, their coaches, the fans, the 100 million people watching don't care who he is. All they care about is that he shows up on time, that he knows the rules, and he's fair to both sides. In a lot of ways, that's the same that's expected of a Superior Court judge. The most important people in the courtroom are the plaintiffs, the defendants, their lawyers, the victims, and their friends and family who are deeply invested in the outcome of the case. No one cares who the judge is. They just want the judge to show up on time, know the rules, and be fair to both sides. If appointed, I will do that to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, John. Nice to see
Morning.
you again. I will
Likewise.
admit that you and I went to law school together.
That's true.
I think we had crim law
together. We'll try not to hold that against the nominee.
He's smarter than I am. But anyway, you know, we had Chief Justice Robinson was before us last week, I think it was Monday. And he was telling us that it's difficult to get lawyers to become judges from private practice.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're coming from private practice, so you know, do you think it's difficult? I mean, easy? I mean, what's your perspective?
I've always had a little bit of public service in my blood, and I think that that's what drove me to becoming a judge. I ran for office in the 97th district twice, and came in second place both times. So I thought that maybe being in the judicial branch would be the better place for me. I think that we need practitioners on the bench. And I think that a lot of the practitioners feel that they'd be giving up too much in order to become a judge, but that really didn't bother me. I thought that it was the right thing to do.
Okay, and Chief Justice Robinson had also said the pay for many going from private practice to a judge is of concern, in that judges allegedly make less, and that was keeping down the pool. Do you have any perspective on that?
I've heard that from other practitioners. Personally, that's not an opinion that I would, express in this forum. I think that as legislators, you have the hard job of determining what that compensation is, and I think that if you're having difficulty attracting qualified candidates from the private bar, maybe raising the wages would help people seek that out.
Okay. On the backup, you indicate there was an incident in 98, DUI or an OUI incident. And I couldn't tell from the backup you didn't want to do the field sobriety test, but then the case is dismissed based on lack of evidence because you were below the legal limit. Was there a breathalyzer on that? Below the legal
Yes.
limit? Okay.
Mhm.
So, okay. I think that's all. Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you. Congratulations on your nomination.
Great to see you again.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll try and do it quicker this time. I don't know, Attorney Sorello, if you had heard my question about the affliction called robitis.
I have.
Okay. And I know you got through judicial selection. I know this probably came up, but for the sake of our committee, based on your opening statement and where you came from, I assume you can assure us that you will not suffer from the affliction of robitis?
I will try my best, yes. I will not be one of those judges who denies your motion for a continuance if you can't be there. I've had judges assign trials 3 days before I went on vacation to effectuate a settlement. So I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of that.
Thank you. And I guess my real gripe with that situation was it was consented to by both sides,
Right,
for a date that was not picked by the attorney. So, but the purpose of the question is really, I didn't go to law school with you, and here we are faced with some nominees, and in order to get through judicial selection, you have to be experienced, you have to have the intellect, and you have to have the disposition, at least according to how judicial selection works. And so I just want the one thing that I think can be detrimental to the ability of a judge to be fair to all sides is when they forget where they came from, and they forget that they really are having a big impact on people's lives, and to never forget that fairness is key. And so it sounds like that you can assure us that you're going to take your experiences as a litigator and growing up with you to the bench, and not be not suffer from the affliction of robitis as we've discussed.
it was one of the reasons why I crafted my opening statement the way I did. I wanted people to understand that I'm not the most important person in the room. These people have taken a long journey to get into that courtroom and have their day, and they deserve my respect, my fairness, my attention, and my compassion. And I think that's why I drafted the opening statement the way I did.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for speaking after my ranking member, Fishbein. Attorney Sorrell, thank you for coming in today. You made a sports analogy, and there was some team members I hope you didn't forget, which is the court staff. Over the years, I did work for judicial for many years, and I've seen judges come and go, and I think some of the other symptoms of robitis that Representative O'Day maybe didn't mention are treating court staff improperly. I've seen that from some judges in the past. And I think when robitis is brought up today, one of the other symptoms is leaving at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, complaining about where you're assigned and whether it's civil or criminal. So I hope maybe those can be added to the list. But I just want you to remember, Your Honor, well, not Your Honor yet, but if everything sails through, don't forget your court staff. There's many cogs in the wheel that make your day go smoothly, and a lot of people working hard, right down to the maintenance people of your courthouse. So I just wanted to bring that up with you, and I appreciate you appearing before us today. If you have any comments,
Thank you, Representative. Just one brief one. As I left my firm and turned it over to an associate, I gave her a list of words of advice, because she always used to come into my office for advice. And one of them was to always compliment people on the job that the hard work that they're doing, including marshals and clerks and the court reporters. And I actually illustrated each one of those in that advice that I gave her, because they make the courthouse run. They really do.
I appreciate your comments, sir, and thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein for the second time.
Yes, briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, I just want to thank you for your creative opening. I know it takes a lot to put those things together and to bring, an analogy to us that was really very fitting. And I just want to say I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it.
Attorney Sorello, just two quick questions I had on your backup. The version I have in front of me says you were admitted to the bar of Connecticut in November 3rd, 2020. I assume that's a typo.
It is. It's 2000.
Okay. All right. And then I must confess, I must have missed the Law Tribune article on Jesus juries.
I'm passing the buck.
Yeah. Can you remind me what that was about?
Well, I'm assuming you're Irish Catholic, considering your tie in the
True statement.
Yeah, okay, good. It was about Jesus's trial before Pilate, and when he turns to the people and he says, "What should I do with him?" And they shout back the answer. I make the argument it's one of the first jury trials. And that Pilate was put in a very difficult position because Jesus was very powerful at the time and he had a large following, yet the political powers at the time wanted him out of the scene. And he was really conflicted as to what to do. And so he turned it over to the people to determine what he should do with Jesus. And that's the structure of the article. And it came out during Lent a couple of years ago. And the Tribune picked it up and decided to publish it. So that's what the article's about.
Great. Well, I'll have to Google it and pull it back up. Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Fishbein, I assume your hand's still raised. Okay.
Yep. No. So I'm coming down.
All right. Thanks. If not, then congratulations on your nomination, and thanks for being with us today.
Oh, thank you for everything. Thanks for all the good questions. I really appreciate it.
Okay, that's in my packet. Next up, we will hear from William F. Clark of New Haven.
Good morning.
Seems New Haven is well represented here today, too. So if you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement, you can go ahead and make it at this time.
Thank you so much. Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Kasser and Blumenthal, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the committee, good morning. My name is William Clark. I am 51 years old and a lifelong resident of New Haven, Connecticut. I am humbled and honored to have been nominated to the Superior Court by Governor Lamont. I want to take a moment to express my sincere thanks to my wife, Juna, my children, Martin, Ethan, and Georgiana, my mother, Phyllis, and my brothers and sisters who have been my support network and inspiration through my career and this process. I have a career that is rooted in public service and the law. My father, the late Judge Joseph Clark, instilled in each of his 6 children the value and necessity of public service. For me, I followed a path similar to that of my father into the law. I have practiced in the private sector with some of the top firms in the state. For the bulk of my career, I have worked directly in municipal service in education and employment law. My career has taken me into all courts in Connecticut, as well as many agencies and commissions where I have represented my clients. I believe my experience, which ranges from collection cases in small claims court and personal injury matters as a young associate at Lynch, Traub, Keefe, and Arante, through civil and appellate courts while an assistant corporation counsel in New Haven, and thereafter in state and federal courts while working at Indi Moses, and in my current capacity, has prepared me well for this role. I have engaged in complex contractual transactions associated with large school construction and municipal contracts on the one hand, While dealing with unrepresented parents seeking a change in a bus stop, or the resolution
Is that on my end, or are we having technical difficulties with the nominee?
It's everybody.
It's the same.
Okay.
It's frozen.
Frozen there for a second. But I think everyone else is good except for him.
All right.
He's off now.
I think he dropped.
He's back, but he's still muted visually. Attorney Clark, you're muted.
Attorney Clark, you're muted.
I'm sorry, do you have me now?
I do. Yep.
I'm sorry.
I think we lost you.
At Notre Dame?
I think it was a little before Notre Dame, because I would remember that. But
Okay. Sorry for that. So I was saying that I was working here in Waterbury and managing the COVID for one of the largest districts in the state of Connecticut, following governing employment contracts and the law. I began my legal career while in college, where I worked as a courtroom sheriff in the summer. Working in Judge Haddon's criminal court, I witnessed some of the best prosecution and defense work in front of one of the most well-respected judges of the time. Upon my graduation from the University of Notre Dame, I took a year off from school and returned to the New Haven courthouse in that same criminal court, working as a sheriff, and witnessed more trials and gained more practical experience in virtually all aspects of criminal law and the workings of Connecticut criminal courts. As I began my career in law school at Quinnipiac, I continued my work as a sheriff and eventually moved into a clerk position in that same courtroom, with now Judge LeCarey presiding. These experiences and front row seat view to legal arguments and decisions in both civil and criminal matters was the equivalent of a master class, and was critical to my development and understanding of my future role as an advocate for clients. As a third-year law student intern in the New Haven prosecutor's office, I tried a criminal case myself, with a member of the prosecutor's office serving as second chair to me. One final experience as I completed my law education in the courthouse was serving on a jury. I was selected to sit on a civil case and ultimately served as the foreperson of a jury who rendered a judgment. My experience as a juror in the courtroom and in the deliberation room gave me another layer of insight and experience into the court system, and where I could take the practical experience with me. And I come back to that often when I think about that and how to best frame presentations or arguments. Most critically, that experience grounds me in the human element of this work. My formal legal career after passing the bar exam has kept me closely rooted to public service. In each of the law firms I worked for, we represented municipal and public interests. Each firm also placed a premium on community involvement and engagement. I found that work connected me with public service to be the most rewarding. When opportunities arose to serve my community directly as an assistant corporation counsel, labor director, and chief operating officer, I jumped at those chances. That work has been rewarding for me personally and a point of pride as I look at my role in assisting to move along significant projects that have benefited the community. The breadth and scope of these experiences, I believe, are well suited to the bench. In particular, my firsthand experience working in the courtroom as with Judge Haddon and LeCarey, as well as from my time in my father's courtroom in the GA, I learned the value of not just an intelligent, informed judge on the law, but also a beacon of respect and professionalism and empathy within the courtroom, making it a place that can be intimidating, a place that is welcoming and supporting of staff, counsel, and clients alike. In my legal work, as well as my public service, the municipal and education environment, I have noted the need for this work to be human and have empathy. Allowing clients, colleagues, parents, and students or stakeholders to be heard and for their voice to be respected is valued and critical. Working through an issue within the context of the applicable law and other relevant criteria of roles, responsibilities, and accountability all becomes more possible with the base level of empathy and respect for all. I look forward to your questions and express my appreciation to the Governor, the Office of the General Counsel, the Judicial Selection Committee, for their fair and thorough nomination process. I am humbled to be nominated with this excellent group of legal colleagues. Thank you.
thank you. Representative Fishbein, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Looking at your backup, you indicate in response to question number 12, have you regularly appeared in court, that 25% of your appearances have been in federal court, 25% in state court, and 50% in other courts. Can you tell me what other courts mean?
Yes, Representative Fishbein, thank you for the question. It was difficult the way it was phrased, but where I was referring to there is other agencies, primarily the CHRO, the State Labor Board, Board of Mediation and Arbitration. A lot of my work, both in practice and as Chief Operating Officer, is on the labor and employment side, and many of those other agencies become a precursor for court, or in many cases due to collective bargaining agreements, are the place where matters are litigated, including AAA. So I wanted to capture that in the answer, but the way it was worded, it was kind of difficult to, because obviously they're not courts, but those agencies are where we would litigate the collective bargaining matters and employment cases of that type.
I mean, AAA is the American Arbitration Association, which would happen, usually at an office somewhere.
Correct.
And then shifting to D of that answer of that question, it says, what percentage of litigation in the last 5 years was jury and non-jury? You say 100% was jury.
Well, I'm referring to the cases that we would be dealing with in the Waterbury Board of Education and previously the New Haven Board of Education would generally be cases where the Board of Education was sued. And those tend to be either employment-related cases or injury type of cases, which tend to be jury-related cases. So I have the responsibility of working with, in some cases, Corporation Counsel, some cases outside counsel, participating myself, but that is what I was referring to, where the Board of Ed is the defendant, essentially.
Okay, but I'm just trying to put the two answers together. Of the other court section, which are 50% of what you represent to be your work, those are all non-jury.
Those are correct.
Okay, so why would we answer 100% jury for D if half of your practice is non-jury matters? Why do you claim that 100% of your litigation in the last 5 years was jury?
But a great question, and thank you for the clarification. I was referring to the actual litigation would be the jury, because those are litigation cases, whereas the others would be, in most cases, an arbitration. So the way the question was phrased, again, it's a little bit difficult in working in the labor and employment arena, where you have these other alternate dispute resolution opportunities. So I was trying to answer the question specifically to litigated matters.
So the CHRO, thank you. The CHRO matters, they're all arbitrated?
No, the CHRO matters are at that agency. In some cases, relief of jurisdiction will be granted and it will move on to federal court. In many cases, it's resolved there through the party's resolution with the assistance of the CHRO. And in other cases, they will actually render a decision.
Now, are these matters that you actually handle yourself, or there's counsel that's hired by the town and you're there to assist?
It's a mix. In my experience in New Haven, I was doing a lot more directly and would handle a number of the cases myself. And in Waterbury, it's more common to be coordinating with the Corporation Counsel's office here. And now we have an in-house counsel as well who handles some of those things. So I liaison with them. I'm overseeing a lot of the HR elements. So engaged in the preparation, many times going together with those cases. Prior in New Haven, I would, in many cases, be handling them myself.
And when is the last time that you handled a trial to the Superior Court by yourself?
A trial to the Superior Court, I have not handled one. in many years, back to the Lynch, Traub, Keefe, and Arante days.
That was back to the mid-90s.
Yes.
And when is the last time that you handled a trial to the federal court yourself?
The Bertram Moses days, but not a trial that they all resolved.
Okay, Bertram Moses, you haven't been at for over 10 years.
Correct.
So there were no trials in federal court either?
No, no. All the cases I was involved in resolved short of trial.
Now, the administrative work that you do, appeals of those under 4183 go to the Superior Court. Have you been involved in any of those matters?
I have, yes.
Direct, like as lead counsel, or this file's in the office and corporation counsel's handling it?
Again, a bit of a mix. In my role in New Haven, there was more direct representation and then managing the cases. In my role here in Waterbury, the way it's set up, there is more of a direct corporation counsel role. So I would be more second sharing and supporting.
And when is the last time you took a deposition?
Probably 4 or 5 years.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative O'Day.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Mr. Clark. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I was just on the phone with a former colleague, Hugh Keefe, from Lynch, Traub, Keefe, and
Former
Arante.
colleague and a neighbor.
Excellent. So you heard my earlier questioning about robitis. And just everybody on the committee is going to be sick of me asking the question, but can you just assure us that you will not be afflicted by robitis should you get on the bench?
I can assure you of that. My work has tended to connect me directly with parents, students, clients, and I understand the need for empathy and really the strong need for a human element and a respectful element in the courtroom. Something my father instilled in me, and something I would love to emulate.
And congratulations on getting through judicial selection. One of the things that judicial selection looks at is trial experience. And it looks as though the last time you appeared in court trying a case yourself, when would that have been?
It would have been in the New Haven Board of Ed years, probably 2015, maybe. It was a lot. I mean, I would go to court in many cases for the status conference and settlement conferences. In many cases, representing the Board of Education myself. Again, a lot of those cases we were able to resolve, I think, favorably. I'm thinking of the last trial, I believe. We had a reverse discrimination case that I second chaired with Warren Holcomb from Bertram Moses. And I believe that was in 2017, if I remember correctly. And that went to verdict.
Okay. And as lead trial attorney, when was the last time you were the lead trial attorney in a case?
Well, as far as a case litigated in court, that would go back to my Bertram Moses days. Again, in most of my more recent work in the municipal sector, it tends to be other agencies that I'm dealing with directly. A lot of contract negotiations, collective bargaining arrangements, AAA, labor board, those types of things.
And when did you submit your paperwork? Like, what was it that kind of spurred on wanting to become a judge?
It's a great question. Thank you for that. It's really been a career goal of mine that has been in the back of my mind throughout my career. Obviously, my father is a judge, so that instilled something in my head all along the way. I followed him to same university and both went to law school and so forth. But I also wanted to have my own path and pursue my own career, which I did. So along the way, I did talk to folks and mentors that I'd made in the places I've practiced, Keith being one of them, my colleagues, Bertram Moses as well. And I was encouraged by many of them to really think about it and to pursue it. And then members of your legislative branch have talked to. So I really went around. I didn't do this lightly. I talked to folks and what do you think of my experience and what I bring and the type of career I've had. And I was really encouraged by many of those folks that I really respect and are mentors of mine. Many of them became my references in the process. And that support really humbled me and encouraged me to follow that dream that had been in the back of my mind and put forth the application. And as you say, I think full respect to the Judicial Selection Committee, it is a very thorough process, as you know. And I was very, very pleased of the help and support I've got from my references, which range from folks I've worked with, judges, as well as folks I argued against, particularly in the labor and employment area. John Jesmond and others who I've argued against over the years has been a great mentor and was one of my references.
And what year was that you submit your paperwork, and when was it that you went in front of judicial selection?
I believe I first submitted it probably around 2010. I'm testing my memory here. So it might have been a little bit later than that. It was when I was at New Haven, but I believe around 10, 11 in that vein, and putting all the paperwork together and formally submitting it probably in that area, maybe a little bit later, 13, 14, somewhere in there.
And did you only go through judicial selection once?
I did.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Clark, for your testimony here today. Really appreciate it. Congratulations on getting through judicial selection and being nominated by the governor, and good luck on your appointment.
Really appreciate it. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
You too. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Council, on your successfully getting through judicial selection and on your nomination for the court today. I just want to thank you for your service, and to say in our occasionally complex conversations, I think it would be an understatement to say that you had to negotiate complex transactions. I'm thinking of a number that involved boards of alders, potential court action, federal regulations, even on something as simple as school lunches, on which we actually spent more time than I can believe. And so it's another face of the law, and it's really important. And I was really heartened to hear from some of my colleagues in Waterbury how you had thrived there as well. So I just want to thank you for coming before us today, and to thank you for your service.
Thank you so much, Representative Dillon.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Attorney Clark. Great to see you.
Great to see you, Representative Porter.
No questions. I just wanted to congratulate you on this nomination. And like my good colleague from New Haven has already stated, you've done us proud. You're very well known. You've been very committed to the work that you've done, a wide scope of work. And I think I do have one question for you, because it kind of crossed my mind as you were speaking. Out of that wealth and expansive knowledge that you have acquired over the years in your service, can you tell me what one thing do you think will best serve you when nominated to the bench? I'm going to claim it.
Thank you, Representative Porter. It's a great question. I really do think it's loaded in your question. It's that wealth and expansive experience. On the one hand, one could say, well, you haven't been a trial lawyer for the last 10 years, and that's true. But I've been out doing what I consider to be the people's law. And as I said in my opening statement, I'm going from negotiating multi-million-dollar contracts for school construction to try to save the taxpayer dollars and make sure the building gets done on time, to literally, as I was doing yesterday, talking to a parent about getting a bus stop changed because of safety concerns that parent may have, and they want to get back to school in this COVID situation. So we're going to do the best we can to arrange that bus route to support that parent and that child so they can work and the kid can get back to school. So that's not, don't have to litigate that, but you got to manage that. And to Representative Dillon's point, there's lots of regulations that go into education law, construction law, school lunch, et cetera. And I also think that's another area that is one of strength for me, that I have, as a part of my job, have to follow the laws you all put together. So I'm well accustomed to doing that, because if you don't do it right, you don't get the revenue you need to do that job for your district. So I'm very well versed in following the laws and regulations and applying them based upon the way you've laid them out.
Well, thank you for that response, and your reputation certainly precedes you. It's been a long time since I've been contacted. I mean, the committee members will get the vote, but I have to say, when you talk about the people's law, the people have certainly weighed in and reached out to me in support and staunch support of this nomination. I wanted you to know that you have a lot of support outside the building with you today as you sit before us, and I'm proud of that. So I hope that you are as well, and I wish you all the best as we move forward in this process.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Representative Porter.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, I want to congratulate you on your nomination, and should you be successful in confirmation, again, want to encourage you to stay involved in the community. I know you have a long history of that, and in my experience on this committee, I think too often we've seen nominees who've come before us with a stellar background in community service who then take their foot off the gas a little bit when they get on the bench. And I think it is important, particularly in a city like a New Haven or Bridgeport, that folks from those communities remain involved in the communities as role models. And I hope you will take that charge very seriously.
I appreciate that, Representative Stafford. That's how I'm wired, and I could do it no other way.
Next up, we will hear from Michael James Gustafson.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. If you could make your opening statement.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Stafford, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and other distinguished committee members. My name is Mike Gustafson. I thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve as a judge. If approved by this committee and the General Assembly, I will work hard to justify the confidence that has been placed in me. By way of personal background, I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident and the oldest of 6 children. I was raised by 2 loving parents who valued education, hard work, integrity, never taking oneself too seriously, and treating people in the manner you'd want to be treated. I've been married to my wife, Margaret, for 32 wonderful years, and together we've raised 2 children whom we are very proud of. I'm a graduate of Amherst College and the University of Connecticut School of Law. Following law school, I had the opportunity to clerk for Magistrate Judge F. Owen Egan and then United States District Court Judge T.M. McClary. These 2 mentors showed me that the best judges bring a level of calm to the proceedings by respecting all litigants and asking questions born out of diligent preparation. After these clerkships, I worked for a Hartford law firm for 8 years. My practice focused on civil defense, where I represented municipalities and zoning boards. At a relatively young age, I was in court all the time and learned a lot about being a trial lawyer. On July 7th, 1997, I joined the United States Attorney's Office here in the District of Connecticut. And over the past 23 years, I've been blessed to work with amazing colleagues. In the same vein, I absolutely know that I'm a better prosecutor and public servant because of my exposure to an amazing criminal defense bar and a very dedicated U.S. probation office. I've primarily prosecuted violent crime cases involving racketeering, robbery, narcotics violations, and arson. I've held several management positions within the office. I've worked with community organizations focused on the return of incarcerated men and women to society. I've loved my time at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and if deemed fit by this committee, I will be honored to continue my public service as a judge. As an attorney for 34 years in the civil, criminal, and appellate courts, I've been a witness to the importance of a judicial system based on impartiality, fairness, and the protection of victims. Having appeared before hundreds of judges over the years, for me, the takeaway is that litigants are much more likely to accept the outcome in their case if they feel the process has been fair. The best judges, and the ones who I've enjoyed appearing before, are the ones who take the bench prepared and who ensure that everyone is respected and that their voice is heard. I aspire to be that kind of jurist. In closing, I've been blessed with the support of family, friends, colleagues, and mentors throughout my life and career. I would not be here without them. I believe that I have the temperament and experience to serve the citizens of Connecticut as a judge of the Superior Court. I respectfully request your approval and welcome any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, sir. In your backup, you indicate that a portion of your pro bono work is with Hang Time. Is that the program in Hartford on was it Charter Oak Avenue at the Peace Center, or is it something else?
It's something else. It started in Bridgeport in I think 2012. With COVID, they had a branch in Hartford, but with COVID, it's only still current in Bridgeport.
And what is that?
Thanks. It's for folks coming back from incarceration and providing a community where they can gather. We have a dinner. Charlie Grady, I should give the credit. Charlie Grady is the founder of the organization. And it's a group of probably 20 people in a given evening. They meet on Tuesday evenings, have a meal, talk about current events, talk about the stresses and the obstacles that folks have to overcome. Folks are encouraged to bring younger people with them as well. And so essentially it's a community support group. I was lucky enough to be invited to attend very early on in those sessions.
You have an impressive list of work in your community and pro bono work, and as well as your written backup. I thought it was very, very well done. I was very impressed by that. I wanted to ask you though about in your cases that you listed as being important. Be a Nordstrom case? No, that's somebody else. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Robitis is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to bore everybody with this question because, full disclosure, I worked with Attorney Gustafson at Allard and Sage for 7-8 years. Attorney Gustafson is one of the finest lawyers I know, trial lawyers, and he's even a better person. So I don't actually have any questions to ask Attorney Gustafson at the risk of tarnishing his application and claiming friendship. It's been a while since we've seen each other, but I followed you from afar, and we have obviously many new mutual friends, and I'm very proud to have worked with you, considered you a mentor of sorts, and wish you the best. And truly, the judicial branch is going to be enhanced greatly by having Mike Gustafson as one of their judges, and I'm glad to see you here today, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Next up will be, looks like Representative Howard's ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Gustafson. Thank you and congratulations. I just want to echo Representative O'Day. I don't have a question for you, sir, except to say that often when we hear nominees to be a judge, we hear about their education and their experience. And I think while that may be important, the content of one's character perhaps outweighs that when you take this position. And I know that yours is outstanding. I know that I see in your backup, you spent 9 seasons as a youth football coach, something that's obviously close to me. We've heard a bit touched on today about salary of judges, and I would argue that it's a calling to public service. I don't think anybody better than you. I would say in your 9 seasons as a youth football coach, I imagine your pay there was somewhere around 0, or in fact, knowing you, it was probably in the negatives. I'm sure there's many times you reached in your pocket to help your players. So sitting on this committee, I've had an opportunity to vote in favor of several nominees, but today will be the most proud so far because you're here. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Gustafson, and congratulations on your nominee. Again, very pleased to see another West Hartford nominee. I too, it's wonderful to hear your legal background, but what really stands out to me is your community and pro bono work, in particular, your being an adjunct at the UConn School of Law Civil Rights Clinic, work with the Hartford Public High School Law and Government Academy, and the Future Law Enforcement Academy. It just shows to me your love for the law and desire to have others understand it as you do. So congratulations on the nominee, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your nominee, Attorney Gustafson. I just wanted to ask, as you do, I agree with everything that's been said, and with Representative Gilchrist making mention of the pro bono stuff. That is really what stuck out to me as well. A lot of it I am familiar with, Project Longevity, working with Charles with, what was it, Hang Time, and they're doing something new now, which is going to be exciting. But can you just speak a little bit to the Future Law Enforcement Youth Academy lecture that you have down from 2015 to the present? Tell us a little bit about that, please.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, that's it's a summer academy that's run through the FBI in conjunction with Yale, Chief Higgins at Yale, and it's very difficult to get into. They have a number of applicants and a limited number of spots, and it's in the summer. And the kids get up early in the morning and go out running, and then they participate in classes all day, mostly around law enforcement. And then they have social activities as well. Myself and another member of the U.S. Attorney's Office have lectured on one aspect of federal law enforcement, specifically wiretaps. So we come in every year and talk about wiretaps and put on a presentation and engage the students for several hours. So that's my involvement with the academy, but it's a great program, and it's designed to get younger people interested in getting into law enforcement and getting younger people from a diverse group of background.
Wow, that sounds really interesting. Thank you for that information. My last question is youth. Could you give me an idea of the age group of the youth that participate?
Yeah, they're high school students. They're high school students looking to get into college. So I would say they're 16, 17.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations again. And I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? If not, Attorney Gustafson, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for being before us today.
Thank you.
Next up will be H. Gordon Hall of New Haven. Attorney Hall, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury? You know what? You're on mute. I need you just to.
There.
Try now. All right. Under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement, you can go ahead and make it.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kasser, Representative Fishbein, and members of the committee. My name is Gordon Hall, and I'm from New Haven. I feel honored and privileged to be nominated by Governor Lamont to be a judge of the Connecticut Superior Court and to appear before this committee. I am humbled and I am grateful to Governor Lamont for this wonderful opportunity and for the confidence in me he has shown by this nomination. If I'm fortunate enough to be approved by this committee and confirmed, serving as a Superior Court judge would be a challenging and rewarding way for me to continue my career in public service. I was born in New Milford, Connecticut, and raised in Bethel and Danbury, where I attended public schools in both towns. I graduated from Danbury High School in 1972 and enrolled in Harvard College that fall. I graduated from Harvard with honors in 1976. The following year, I enrolled in the University of Connecticut School of Law and graduated in 1980. After graduation, I joined the Hartford law firm of Sorokin & Sorokin, where I engaged in the private general practice of law. In 1984, I was appointed Assistant Corporation Counsel for the City of New Haven, and I moved to the city. I've never left. As Assistant Corporation Counsel, I was a principal trial lawyer for the city, representing the city in personal injury and contract cases in Superior Court. I tried dozens of jury cases to conclusion and briefed and argued cases at both the Connecticut Appellate Court and the Connecticut Supreme Court. And I also provided legal advice to various city departments as necessary. At City Hall, I met my wife, Donna, who has served the city in one capacity or another for approximately 40 years. We live in New Haven with our two sons, Foster and Henry, who attended public schools in New Haven, graduated from Wilbercross High School, and both went on to attend college in Connecticut. Without the love and support of the three of them, I would not be here. In 1986, I was appointed counsel to the Attorney General of Connecticut. In that position, I served as legal counsel to the Attorney General, and I was his legislative liaison, helping to create and present his proposed legislation before committees of the General Assembly, including this one. I also worked on special projects. In 1989, I was appointed Assistant United States Attorney for the District of Connecticut. For 2 years, I served in the Civil Division, representing the United States at trial in personal injury, contract, and other cases in the U.S. District Court. I also briefed and argued all the appeals that arose out of those cases at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. Since 1992 and continuing to the present, I've been assigned to the Criminal Division, where I am in the Violent Crime and Narcotics Unit. There, I have worked with the FBI, DEA, Connecticut State Police, and local police departments, designing and supervising complex investigations into federal crime, into violent crime and upper-level narcotics distribution. I've investigated and tried scores of these cases to juries in U.S. District Court and have briefed and argued all of the appeals arising from them, 50 or more, at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. I've been recognized by a number of law enforcement agencies, including the Department of Justice, FBI, DEA, and the New Haven Police Department, for my work in cooperative law enforcement and for supervising particular investigations. I've also joined with others in the U.S. Attorney's Office in efforts to go beyond investigations and prosecutions and extend to, for example, coordinated and data-driven violence reduction efforts such as Project Longevity, which was one of a series of strategic interventions to reduce violence and lower the incidence of arrests and incarceration. I've also participated in Reentry Court, a program developed by the District Court, the Office of Probation, and the U.S. Attorney's Office to assist men and women returning to the community after serving federal sentences of incarceration. Finally, I've been a teaching assistant from time to time in seminars in trial practice and sentencing at Quinnipiac Law School and Yale Law School. I've dedicated myself to public service for over 37 years, virtually all in practice before the state and federal courts of Connecticut. As a federal prosecutor, I've tried to act with an understanding of the impact that my decisions will have not only on a given defendant and the defendant's family, but also on the victim's family, and the community, always seeking to do justice under the law. I feel that the expertise, judgment, and temperament I've developed over the entire experience will serve me well if I am confirmed as a judge of the Superior Court. Equally important in my view, participating with my wife in raising our two sons has provided me with lessons and experiences I will never forget and on which I will always depend. These are lessons I have learned about listening, teaching, learning very quickly, acting as a role model, keeping an open mind, crediting opposing points of view where warranted, maintaining a sense of humor, and embracing humility. I believe that all these experiences and lessons together have prepared me to exercise the awesome responsibility of serving as a judge. If I am fortunate enough to be confirmed, I assure you that I will continue to serve the citizens of Connecticut to the very best of my ability, ensure that all who enter the courtroom will be treated with respect and dignity, and strive every day to be fair and impartial. I thank you for your time. I'm pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney Hall. I may have tipped you off, but I wanted to ask about the Van Nostrand case because I found it to be extremely interesting. Why do you think that that was a important decision in your career?
Well, I think I might have cited the case more, Representative Fishbein, because I thought it interesting, as you say that you do. I was acting as counsel to Attorney General Lieberman at the time, and as part of the consideration by legislators of reappointments of sitting judges, the Speaker of the House had put together a questionnaire for the legislators to fill out. Those legislators who were attorneys and who had appeared before judges who were up for reappointment. And they were advised by the Speaker that these questionnaires would remain confidential, but they were to be used in the consideration of the reappointments for the judges. A local newspaper learned of this and asked the Speaker for copies of all the questionnaires, and he refused to give them. And he cited basically the confidentiality involved that legislators enjoy in speech and debate, essentially. And the newspaper went to the Freedom of Information Commission, and there was a hearing before there was a hearing, and I was I was asked by the Attorney General to represent Representative Van Nostrand, the Speaker, at the FOI hearing. The Speaker prevailed at the hearing, and then the matter went to the full commission, and he prevailed at the full commission. And then there was an appeal by the newspaper to the Superior Court, and he prevailed in the Superior Court. And then there was an appeal to the Appellate Court, and he prevailed there. And we ended up arguing the case before the Supreme Court, and he ultimately prevailed there as well. I thought it was interesting because from the get-go, what the Speaker had in mind was just to gather information on a confidential basis from the legislators, obviously and strictly having to do with their legislative business, the reappointment of judges. And it didn't cross his mind, I don't think, that these questionnaires could become public. Obviously, they might have been of great public interest had they been disclosed, but he felt that having given his assurance to the legislators that they would not be, that he needed to pursue the case vigorously. And I was fortunate enough to be with him when he did that and to represent him.
Yeah, I found it fascinating because Governor O'Neill was a Democrat at the time. It was 85 to 86, and then it's the last time that we had a Republican Speaker of the House who you're representing, and Joe Lieberman's sitting there in the AG's office. So I just it was. I didn't know about the dispute, and I've been enriched by learning about it. So I think that's all I had. Yes, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning still. Councillor Hall, congratulations on making it through judicial selection and on your nomination by Governor Lamont. I really don't usually speak at judicial appointments, but the crop of nominees today is so outstanding that it's just very impressive. And I want to focus on a very small part of your biography, but I'm curious about it. You're the second person in a row now who has talked about their experience with Project Longevity. And that's something that's of interest to many of us in the legislature. And I know that you were involved in the very, very early days when it was a concept. So I don't know if it's fair to ask you about it, but I did want to know sort of what motivated you to become engaged in it, and if there are any lessons you learned for your time going forward, should you be successful.
Thank you for the question, Representative Dillon. Yes, I did become involved in it at the beginning of the program. It was a program that U.S. Attorney Fine had brought to Connecticut through Professor Kennedy from the university in New York. Professor Kennedy we had worked with previously on various kinds of violence reduction efforts that he had been working with, and the gist of it really was for all of the work to be strictly data-based. And so a lot of the program at the beginning was gathering data. We had assistance from people at the Yale Law School, people at the John Jay School, where Professor Kennedy was from, people at the University of New Haven, especially in terms of data crunching, really. And the idea was to bring in people who statistically were the most likely members in the community to be affected by gun violence, either as perpetrators or as victims, and to use these meetings with them directly as a mechanism for making clear to them various alternatives that were involved, that were available to them through the community, such as employment opportunities, education opportunities, other social service opportunities, but also to impress upon them through the testimony of members of the community, members of victims' families, the impact that gun violence had had on the community in New Haven specifically. And so the idea was to maintain contact with these people and to call them in on a repeated basis and to try to drive home the message that gun violence was simply something that it was just tearing the community apart at the time. I think that, as you've indicated, I was in at the beginning. I have not participated in Project Longevity in a couple of years now, having been assigned to something else, but the program is continuing and has expanded actually. And we started really in New Haven, Hartford, and Bridgeport, and I think the program has expanded beyond those three cities. I don't know if Representative Walker is here today, but she was there at the beginning too. And I'm sure could give you a lot of details on that as well.
Thank you for your response. So a lot of us were interested, not all of us were involved. And I knew that the victims were included, and which made sense, also their potential perpetrators. Excuse me, but I wondered if witnesses were included at that early stage, because again, they're a high-risk group.
They were not. The data established that the people most likely to be victims of gun violence, either as people who perpetrate the offenses or who were victims, were going to be people who were actors, and so that was the set of people that we brought in at the beginning.
Okay, it's very salient because there has been, at least in our area, an increase in gun violence, and reflecting on the efficacy of those early efforts, and if there's anything we should do to tweak them. And so if you have any recommendations, again, I guess it would be unfair because you were kind of one of the early people who was interested in building it. And I don't know if you would have any reflections on it that would carry over to your work on the court.
I do. I am in contact often with Peter Markle, who is an assistant U.S. attorney also and was in the program from the beginning. He's still associated with it. And I believe the program continues to be successful in the judgment of all the people involved in it, within the U.S. attorneys and outside of it. But I think you're right. I think I'm a little bit out of touch to be giving recommendations.
I would never say that. I do think that we often get involved in well-meaning projects, and then they alter, and then you're shaped by events, and you learn that you're solving the wrong problem, or that your tactics need to be tweaked. And since you're moving to another domain, if you're successful, I just, it's just another piece of experience to bring on to bear. Anyway, thank you very much. And thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Thank you. Chairman Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good. Let me check. Morning.
Morning.
You know, you guys, you and Representative Dillon were just having a conversation about project longevity, and you know, in Connecticut, that project is just about 10 years old. And I remember at the very beginning, maybe a meeting that most people don't remember, sitting in what is the Senate's caucus room around a table with a whole bunch of people talking about what had happened in other places and how we could bring what became Project Longevity here. And I remember there was a lot of energy and focus and hope for what this could mean for particularly our bigger cities. And I heard you talk about the success of Project Longevity and the belief that it continues to be successful. And I think my perspective is that's to a degree, and part of that is owed to the fact that it is almost 10 years old. And while I think it was initially very successful, that some of the success depends on people's attitude towards a thing and excitement for it. And, you know, as I think about you're not necessarily being associated with it, but continuing to be involved in some very good things and being on the bench. One of the things I just hope that if you have the opportunity to learn things as somebody who was there at the beginning, that you continue to participate in that, you take every opportunity you have to talk to us as a branch about your perspective on what it means to continue to have things like Project Longevity and other programs that are trying to serve the same purpose. I think as a early adopter, if you will, you have a unique perspective that can be very useful to this committee and potentially the state. And congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much, Senator Winfield.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, Attorney Hall, I want to congratulate you on your nomination. You know, I didn't ask this question of the previous nominee, Attorney Gustafson, either, and I'm not going to ask it of you. Oftentimes when we have folks who are before us that have long prosecutorial careers, I ask how they'll transition onto the bench and how they will assure this committee that they will be equally fair to a defendant as to a prosecutor when they're coming from that role. I've not asked that question to these last two nominees, primarily because I got a glowing email about both you and Attorney Gustafson from a criminal defense attorney who I hold in very high esteem and regard, who has assured me that both of you will adjust very well to this new role. And that carries a lot of weight, and I wanted to make sure I made that representation to the committee as well. So.
Thank you, Representative Stafford.
Best of luck to you. Next, we will hear from Attorney Kimberly Massott.
Thank you.
Attorney Massott, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. If you have an opening statement, feel free to go ahead and make it.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Staffstrom, Winfield, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. It's an honor to appear before you. I wish to thank Governor Lamont for the confidence he's shown in me by his nomination. At the outset, I'd like to take a moment to remember my husband of 34 years who passed away this last year. Greg was a masterful craftsman and small business owner. He was unwavering in his support of me. I could not be here today without his love and sacrifice. Our son, Jordan, is the love of my life, and particularly in these last few weeks and months, he's been my bedrock. I'd like to tell you a bit about myself. I grew up in a working class neighborhood in Bristol. My grandparents raised my brother and me, And my grandfather worked at Bristol Brass and always had a second job to provide for us. My grandmother quit her job as a buyer for a department store to raise us. Our neighborhood was diverse, and my grandparents welcomed all of our neighbors around their kitchen table. Money was never plentiful, but our neighborhood cared for each other, and that never left me. These are lessons that have stayed with me since the beginning of my life. My husband and I moved to Burlington about 30 years ago, where I still live with my son. My husband shared my desire to enrich our family life with the same diversity we both experienced as children. We welcomed a foreign exchange student from a program that matched host families with students from Muslim countries in order to increase our mutual understanding and respect. Arjan, a young Asian man from Kyrgyzstan, was our student. I'm proud to say that to this day, he still calls me mom. In addition to my public service, I've been a Sunday school teacher, a mentor for the Live Strong program, helping cancer patients incorporate physical fitness into their recovery, and a participant in fundraising activities for cancer research and treatment. I've been fortunate to have had a career serving the public at the Attorney General's office, where I've held a variety of positions. I was promoted to department by Senator and then Attorney General Blumenthal, and I worked with him on many significant environmental cases. I was honored to have been chosen by Attorney Jepsen to become his associate for litigation in charge of all major litigation of the office, and proud to have been appointed by Attorney General Tong to be the special counsel for opioids, where I work closely with Attorney General Tong on litigation to bring relief to the citizens of our state facing this terrible crisis every day. In addition, I'm a member of the Supreme Court's Committee on Evidence. If I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, I humbly pledge to do my very best to serve the state's citizens, and I welcome your questions.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney Massott.
Good morning.
First of all, I want to say very sorry for your loss. I'm sure that your application to the Judicial Review Council committee happened while your husband was still around, and he was probably part of that process. And you know, he would want to be here to see you here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you and I had a case together in the about 10 years ago. I think you were working with Gina McCarthy. She was the commissioner of Department of Environmental Protection, and I know when I saw your name come across my desk, you always handled that matter in a very professional way. And, you know, we were able to resolve that to mutual satisfaction. I appreciate that.
Thank you. That means a lot.
I have no questions. I just, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative O'Day, you're going to ask? You good? All right. He must be satisfied, and I've known Attorney Massott for certainly her work in the AG's office and others. I certainly have no concerns that she will be a candidate for rovitis. I think she's already received her vaccination for that. So, Attorney Massott, thanks for being with us. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up, finally breaking up this West Hartford, New Haven connection we got going on today. We have a nominee from Bridgeport, and a good one at that. Max Medina. Attorney Medina, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Attorney Medina, you can make your statement.
Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and the Honorable Judiciary Committee members. It is an honor to appear before you. I thank you for this opportunity. I thank Governor Lamont for his confidence in me and my family for their love, support, and sacrifice, without which I would not be here today. I practiced law for 37 years in Bridgeport with Zeldesito and Cooper. On behalf of a diverse clientele, I have endeavored to do so honorably and effectively. My firm has generously allowed me to devote many hours to community service, spanning many organizations, and to allow me to do a great deal of pro bono work. For 16 years, I served as an elected member of the Bridgeport Board of Education. Elevation to the bench would be for me not only the honor of my professional life, but an opportunity to continue to serve. You know, unless you're being paid to be there, few people really like being in a courtroom. The law can be intimidating and it can be frustrating. It is, however, also the finest means we have by which to address wrongs, resolve conflict, and deliver justice. A good judge takes the bench with an open mind, well prepared for the assignments of the day, and cognizant that she must conduct the business of the court in such a manner as to engender more respect for the law, not less. A good judge realizes that he is better served by humility than by arrogance, and that patience is a necessity, not just a virtue. Good judge treats everyone with respect and dignity and remembers how difficult it is to practice law, and that pro se litigants have no less of a claim on the court's attention than the best known litigators from the state's best known law firms. If honored with confirmation by the General Assembly, I will conduct myself in such a manner. Becoming a good judge requires hard work. I pledge to you to do that work to the very best of my ability. My law firm is only a few blocks away from where I grew up in the Pequannock Apartments in the south end of Bridgeport. So in 62 years, I've traveled half a mile with a few detours in between and many life lessons learned. One of those lessons was my mother telling me before I went off to kindergarten that my teachers were going to make judgments, not only about me, but about our family, about Puerto Ricans, about Bridgeporters, based on how I behaved. She wanted to instill upon me the necessity of always carrying myself a certain way and doing things the right way. That life lesson still motivates me. If you allow me to serve as a judge, I will remember that how I do so will reflect on all of us. And I will always do my best to never make you regret having considered me for this great honor and awesome responsibility. I would be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Looking at your backup, you in answer to question 16, it says that you're on the Standing Committee on Recommendations for Admission to the Bar of Fairfield County. And I was not aware of that particular group. I'm aware of bar associations in various counties. How does this particular group operate?
Thank you for the question. It's by appointment of Chief Justice Robinson, and it's set up regionally under the present setup. If an individual who has previously lost his or her license to practice law, but wishes to apply for readmission to the bar, there's a process that they have to undergo. One step of that process is to appear before a panel of local attorneys. Under the current system, an attorney from Bridgeport would not appear before the Bridgeport committee. He would go to a different region. I have not been on that committee long. I was appointed a couple of years ago, and for about a year, there were no hearings. Recently, we have had a couple of hearings. And the process involves sitting with your fellow attorneys and hearing the applicant's request to be readmitted, reviewing the material, having input from the State Bar Grievance Council. So it's almost like a panel of judges. Our decision is not final. We hear all the evidence. We designate one member of the committee to write the opinion. We deliberate. The opinion is published and is essentially a recommendation. And then the last step of the process is that the applicant will go before a panel of 3 judges of the Superior Court who have the options of either accepting the recommendation or overriding the recommendation, and their say is final unless the matter is taken up on appeal.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess that's similar to a local grievance panel, but with a different function.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. I'm learning every day. In the question 20, you mentioned a grievance that had been filed against you. Well, before we get there, how many times did you go through judicial review?
Once.
And when did you get approved?
January of 2020.
Okay. And then you bring to our attention this grievance in 2017. Was there a finding in that case?
Well, in my 37 years, it's the only one I've ever had, and ultimately the matter was dismissed pursuant to a disposition. It was a financial matter. The client came in with financial troubles. We actually did an excellent job for him and his wife, but there was some unhappiness there. So even though we respectfully disagreed with the assertions made, we resolved the matter. And what happened was that they came to us with one problem and then developed into multiple problems. So we agreed that we should have given him a second engagement letter when the scope of the representation was enlarged, but it was ultimately dismissed.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the procedural posture because, you know, I'm aware of grievances being dismissed based upon lack of probable cause. I'm aware of grievances being dismissed after a hearing because the burden wasn't met. But it appears from what I'm reading, at least, that there was an agreement that something wrong happened, yet the complaint was dismissed. So how do I get to that procedurally?
It's a fair question. I would not concur with the appearance that something wrong happened, but there was a technicality there that a person could argue that since the client was new, not a repeat client, and the matter had grown from one matter to multiple matters, that the existence of a second engagement letter would have avoided any misunderstanding. So that ultimately was the basis upon which the matter was disposed of, but there was no unethical conduct in any way whatsoever.
Okay, was there any, in order to get that dismissal, was there like a requirement of some sort of continuing education class be taken or anything?
A couple of hours, yes, sir. And that was completed.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Without touching anything, I got muted, so that's got to be.
I hear you now.
It's got to be Senator Winfield hitting this button.
Wasn't me.
The backup that you submitted, you know, I saw that you apparently do a lot of court work, but you chose to submit a Exhibit B that your name is not attached to. Am I to understand that there isn't a lot of writing that you would be able to submit?
No, sir. To the contrary. That was a very significant brief that was filed in a bankruptcy matter in New York. And I explained in a footnote in the application materials that the brief bears the signature of my then partner because he was licensed to practice in that district, and my pro hac vice motion had not yet been resolved, had not yet been filed or granted. So he was the only one who could write the brief. signed the brief, but I was a primary author of that, and it was a significant writing material. And I have done quite a bit of writing in my career.
Okay, I did read most of it. It is an impressive writing. And I
Thank you,
did see
sir.
the footnote.
Yes, no, I explained that in the material, that notwithstanding the appearance of someone else's name on the brief, I am a primary author of the material that you're reading. And I thank you for your kind words about it.
Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. Mr. Medina, thank you so much for your testimony. And humility is something that I believe many in society today, frankly, are missing. And so I appreciate you mentioning that in your opening remarks. And I know the answer to the question I'm asking, and I've asked virtually everybody. You've heard of the affliction rhobitis, and what tends to cast a negative shadow on some of our jurists is that affliction of rhobitis. How would you or could you assure us that you will not become afflicted with rhobitis?
I appreciate the question, and I concur with the sentiment behind it. I could never behave that way, and I don't even take the credit for that. My parents worked their hearts out in factories in Bridgeport to give me and my 4 siblings an opportunity at a better life. I spent a great deal of my college years cleaning the bathrooms of my fellow students to be able to work my way through. I go around believing that there but for the grace of God go I. None of us should ever be so presumptuous as to lord it over anyone else. And in more recent history, as a private practitioner and a co-owner of this firm, I know what it's like to have to meet a payroll every 2 weeks. I know that the practice of law is difficult and there are a lot of pressures. I've always said to other lawyers in matters, life is short. You've got your job to do, I've got my job to do. Let's do it professionally. Let's fight fairly, but let's not make it personal. And I've always admired those judges who know how difficult it is to practice law and do not make it purposely more difficult for either the lawyers or their respective clients. So I'm very happy that you're asking that question of everyone, because I think it's a critically important question. No rhobitis here, I can promise you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Medina, and to all the other candidates out there. That was an A answer from the Harvard guy. So congratulations, and appreciate your testimony here, and best of luck and best wishes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, sir. But if you're going to put Harvard on the record, I'd like the record to reflect that I'm also Central High School class of 1976 in good old Bridgeport.
That's so noted. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day, and certainly an A answer, because that's one from the heart. Certainly, I know Attorney Medina is a very proud Hilltopper and a very proud Bridgeporter. I've known him for at least a dozen years. He is a pillar of the Bridgeport community down here, but you would never know it by the way he conducts himself because of his lack of rhobitis and the good he does for so many people in this city is in many respects unparalleled. So I'm thrilled to have him before us, and certainly congratulate Attorney Medina on his nomination. Late question from Representative Rabimbus. Representative Rabimbus.
Thank you for those kind words. You're very kind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Medina, for being here. And my apologies for the late raising of the hand. It's just when I have an opportunity that I've been impressed with your questionnaire, but then even more so based on your responses for all of the reasons stated, I didn't want to miss the opportunity by inquiring How do you believe that we could recruit experienced, full of character, and much needed individuals to the bench similar to yourself?
Well, thank you. I appreciate your kind thoughts. I think the first point is that it's a job that we all have to share. I am honored to be before you today after having had several judges over the course of my career encourage me to take this step. And so now, should the General Assembly honor me with confirmation, I have to remember that part of my responsibility, besides being as good a judge as I possibly can, is to encourage others to come along and to join the bench. And to every one of us comes to the same place, but from a different origination. So for those of us who come from Bridgeport or New Haven or West Hartford, we can bring with us the knowledge of our respective communities. Those of us who come to this task from different backgrounds can also delve into those respective backgrounds. So for me, it would be a working class background in Bridgeport, a Puerto Rican community. So it would be incumbent upon me to keep my eyes open and to encourage young professionals just the way other judges encouraged me, and to share the names of talented people with those in positions of influence and power to make these judgeships happen. There's no more important task than to make sure that when we take a step forward as an individual or as a community, we not do so solely for ourselves, but that we try our very, very best to make it an event that will also help others and to bring along and lift up entire communities. That's what I benefited from having great role models, and I hope that I will be a good role model for others if I am honored with this position.
Thank you, Attorney Medina, for that response. I think that that's very important in the fact that you're looking at it, and hopefully you will be on the bench, that you want to continue then to give that ability, hand up, actually, my apologies, a hand up for other individuals and encouraging them to take the bench, I think is important. That's actually one of the factors I brought to the attention of the Chief Justice when we were talking about the variety of factors that may be hindering getting good qualified individuals to the bench. And I said that there is a unique ability and privilege that judges on the bench have of seeing the attorneys who come before them. And I think, even to Attorney Representative O'Day's point of Robitis, I think for those attorneys who are successful attorneys and treat not only court staff, judges, and their clients with respect and professionalism, I think those would be the best candidates to probably be assured that once they obtain the bench, that they won't experience that robitis, because then it's truly ingrained in who the individual is. So I definitely appreciate your articulation of the response to that question. And again, look forward to having you serve on the bench and the many more individuals who could have a positive experience by your representation on the bench, and then hopefully identifying those qualities that we so much need on the bench moving forward, as well as nominees in the future. So again, thank you very much for your response and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions or comments? If not, congrats again, Attorney Medina.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. You've been very kind.
And I'm going to pass the gavel to Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, we'll hear from Attorney Indi Moses. You may raise your, if you would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you very much. You may provide your opening statement.
Good afternoon to the chairs and the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Indi Moses, and I would first like to thank Governor Lamont for this nomination to become a Superior Court judge. And I thank you all for the time and opportunity to testify here today. I also thank my family and friends and mentors for their support and encouragement. I have been a Civil Assistant U.S. Attorney since 2008, and the Civil Division Civil Rights Coordinator since 2010. I've handled primarily civil rights cases, but I've also handled a diverse array of criminal and civil cases. I've handled cases against the largest law firms in the United States and also pro se litigants. And I worked hard to treat everyone fairly with the same dignity and respect my parents taught me to show everyone. My parents arrived in this country from South America when I was a couple of months old with one suitcase. And they faced many challenges as they chased the American dream. The only place they always found support and security was in the rule of law and the institutions that were created to uphold the law in this country. Although the systems didn't always work perfectly, the justice system in this country is the only reason why my parents were able to succeed in their careers and ensure a better life for my siblings and me. I have dedicated a significant amount of my legal career to public service and the legal community in Connecticut. I have served as chair and a member of the Judicial Selection Commission. I was president of working to ensure the needs and concerns of lawyers were met, and also building a pipeline for new lawyers. I'm a fellow of the Connecticut Bar Foundation and a member of the Connecticut Women's Hall of Fame, where I've worked on educational programs and educating the public on the work women have done in Connecticut in various positions. I have served as the president of the George W. Crawford Black Bar Association, working to continue to diversify the legal community in Connecticut and mentor young lawyers. I've also served as adjunct faculty at several colleges in Connecticut, including UConn Law School, teaching future lawyers and professionals. I have done extensive outreach to the community of all ages on their rights, and I decided to continue my work in the public sector by applying for a judicial appointment to become a judge. And I did this to continue my work in public service, but also to ensure the rule of law that protected my family continues to protect and serve all people in this country and ensure that people are not denied their rights and privileges, which they are entitled to. And I look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. There is a comment or a question from Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's almost afternoon, so I'm still going to say good morning. Oh, just hit. It's good afternoon, Attorney Moses. You know, you have a very impressive resume. In fact, I think it was last year I was preparing for a federal court case, a civil rights case, and I happened to run across one of your briefs, and I was very impressed by that as well. And I have no questions. I just congratulate you on your nomination here today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbone. Is there a comment or question from other members of the committee? Representative O'Day.
Very much, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Moses, congratulations. I'm just going to ask the same question I've been asking everybody to all chagrin, maybe. And I want to echo my ranking member's comments. Your resume is outstanding, and service to the state of Connecticut is much appreciated. The affliction is called robitis, and the thing that can harm the judicial system, I think, most as far as some of the litigants, is seeing a judge act inappropriately from the bench. How can you assure us? And I think I know I'm confident that that's not going to happen with you, but what would you say to those that are concerned about you being afflicted with robitis?
I would say that my humble upbringings prevent me from ever taking for granted the opportunity that I've had and I've been given in my career to give back just an ounce of those. I was a solo practitioner in this country, no education at all. And when I told him about this appointment, I think for him, it was like he was being appointed too. I recognize that, you know, the service that I'm providing is a service. It's really less about me and more about giving back to the community. And I think that's the #1 way I'll ensure that I prevent that. Also, as you know, sitting on selection commission, You learn quick and hard all the mistakes others have made. You hear all the horrible stories, you see all the complaints. And if that's not a shocking reality, I don't know what else is.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your nomination and best of luck. Take care. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Is there a comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I don't see any. Attorney Moses, I want to thank you for joining us today. And I also want to thank you for the work that you've done over a number of years. As someone who will be sitting on our bench, I am reassured that at least the sense that I have of what it is to be in that position, you understand, given the body of work that you bring before us as you endeavor on this new area of your life. So I'm happy to later on today cast my vote in affirmative for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of your day. Next, we have Gladis Nevis.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
That's right. Thank you for the correction.
That's okay. I do.
If you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may offer your statement.
Thank you. And again, good afternoon, everyone, and especially esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I am truly honored to be before you here today, and I would like to thank Governor Ned Lamont for nominating me for appointment as a Superior Court judge. I am especially honored because this role would help me serve the state that I have called home for most of my life. I was born and raised in Meriden, Connecticut, and graduated from Platt High School there. I went on to attend Yale University and the New York University School of Law. Now I live in New Haven. My parents, Julian and Carmen Nevis, both migrated from Vegalta, Puerto Rico to Connecticut in the mid-1950s. My father worked as a custodian for many years at both Lincoln Middle School and the old Meriden Wallingford Hospital. And my mom worked as a seamstress and assembly worker at the local factories. They both worked tirelessly for decades, giving everything they had to support me and my brother financially and emotionally. My journey was our journey together. My parents never received much of any formal education, but the opportunities they never had, they gave to me. And for that, I am eternally grateful. I do believe they're watching here today, so I want to thank them publicly and let them know que los quiero mucho, that I love them very much. The opportunities given to me by my parents got me to where I am today. I currently work as a family support magistrate with the Connecticut Judicial Branch, a position I've held since 2014. Before my appointment as a family support magistrate, I had a solo family law practice, focusing primarily on child protection litigation, juvenile matters, and probate court. I also served as a legal consultant to the Domestic Violence Crisis Center in Stamford, Connecticut. Before starting my law practice, I worked as a senior staff attorney with the Center for Children's Advocacy and ran a legal clinic located within the Connecticut Children's Medical Center. As a family support magistrate, I am charged with handling paternity, child support, and contempt matters. I find the work to be very interesting, challenging, and rewarding. I am passionate about what I do, and am humbled and excited to have been given the opportunity to potentially continue serving in this new capacity as a judge. I now welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I see Representative Fishbein has his hand up. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Attorney Nevis.
Good afternoon.
You know, you've really gone through the ranks. You know, it's not often that I see, you know, you were in private practice, and then you were small claims magistrate, you know, which I know that can be, you know, there's very few attorneys in small claims. You're dealing with pro ses and their disputes, and, you know, sometimes writing a decision, but, you know, many times they're short. And then family support magistrate, where, you know, I actually printed out last night this decision that you wrote in the Matos case, which is really well done, you know, in my humble opinion. You know, you set out the facts, you set out, you know, what the people are, the dispute is, what the law is, and, you know, applied it. you know, a lot of the people that have come before us today haven't written a memorandum of decision. And, you know, you're there. I mean, as far as it's the next step in your career and your progression. So I don't think I had any questions. I just, you know, I look forward to seeing you do great stuff on the bench. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the time. I've had the pleasure of knowing Gladys for a number of years. She had had space in our building before she went back to New Haven and to the bright lights of being a magistrate. And I just want to congratulate you on this and know that all of us here at the firm who remember you and worked with you are so very proud of you, and we wish you all the best going forward.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Attorney Nevis, for being with us today and for your testimony. I found your questionnaire very impressive. I guess my one question for you is, as a family law practitioner, you know, we deal with family law issues sometimes, and while I'm not a family lawyer, we've become very intimate with the idea that family law issues are often very emotionally fraught, can be confrontational, can be very difficult issues. And I was just wondering if you could talk to us a bit about how your experience in that area of the law may inform your work as a judge if you are confirmed.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. You're right. It's family law can be very, very difficult. It's very emotional. And I think one of the things that I have learned from practicing family law is you really do need to have an open mind. You really need to be able to talk to people and listen to them, because a lot of the times they're just very confused about the system and they don't really know where to go and how to get things done that they feel they're entitled to. And I think it's really important to be patient and to be open-minded and to listen. And so I think those are some of the skills that I've learned from doing family law and that I brought with me as a magistrate, and I think have served me very well on the bench and hopefully will continue to serve me well.
Thanks very much, Attorney Nevis, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Counselor, on your endorsement by the Selection Commission and your nomination by Governor Lamont. I wanted to let you know that people have reached out to me. First, praise your demeanor in some very emotional cases. And second, for staying on top of legal issues involving adjudication and educating your fellow magistrates. And I assume that's someone who heard from you, but we have not met. And I was very impressed that people were reaching out. Well, people reach out to us, that's what they do. But I was really, obviously I'm impressed with the demeanor, because as you just mentioned, those are very emotional cases involving family law. But I was interested in the issue about looking at breaking issues involving adjudication. Could you explain how you would see that carrying to your work on the bench should you be successful?
You broke up a little bit at the end there. I'm so sorry. So I don't think I clearly heard your question. I'm sorry.
I was interested in how you're educating other magistrates on new legal issues involving adjudication might carry over to the way you would see your work on the bench should you be successful.
Oh, I think that's critical. And thank you for that question. I think it's critical for every one of us to continue to learn while we're on the bench, to continue to take courses, to continue to do research, and obviously talk to our colleagues and talk to what their experiences have been, because I think that my experience may be different from one of my colleagues' experiences. And I think we can only continue to learn and grow if we work together and bounce ideas off each other. So I encourage that. And I think that it's critical to becoming a better jurist. So I think and believe that I will certainly carry that over if I'm given the opportunity to do so.
Thank you for your answer, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Judge Nevis. It is wonderful to see you before us today. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to simply congratulate you on your nomination and to tell you how encouraging and inspiring your work is to me as a layperson, but I'm thinking about all the young people that are coming behind you to have you to look up to and what it is you're able to achieve here today, being before us as a nominee for the bench. So just thank you for all that you've done. You have a very expansive bench of knowledge that you operate from. And looking at the questionnaire and all that you've been able to contribute, I'm excited to think of the prospect of you being on the bench soon and very soon. So congratulations. Thank you for all that you do. And I wish you all the best as you proceed through this process and life in general.
Thank you so much, Representative Porter. And I really do appreciate, your kind words and your support. And it really does mean a lot. And I really do appreciate it. And it's so good to see you.
Likewise. And it's not just my support. I've gotten contacted by quite a few people that are in support of you being before us today. And I wanted to share that with you as well. It's not just the support of members on this committee, but your community where the rubber meets the road and where you do the work. So I want you to know that they're watching, they're excited for you, and so am I. So congratulations again, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Senator Hess.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Attorney Nevis. This is wonderful. It's been wonderful learning more about your career, and I look forward to supporting your nomination. I did want to ask one very quick question based on the paperwork that you submitted to the committee. You mentioned a case that ultimately led to substantive changes within the Department of Children and Families Administrative Hearings Unit and how they handle appeals regarding a parent's right to administratively contest DCF substantiations and importantly, a parent's placement on the Child Abuse and Neglect Registry. Given your extensive work in this field, I thought it would be perhaps a good opportunity for you to educate the committee on if there are further changes necessary. I recognize that it's separate and apart from your nomination today, but given your expertise, I just wanted to dig into that topic a little bit more to see if you think that there's further action that the legislator ought to take to bring needed reforms. And I don't have the year in front of me for that case, so I'm not sure when those changes were made.
Well, that case preceded my time as a magistrate, so we're going close to over 10 years ago at this point, but I think you're referring to the Abdulia P case, and I'm going to keep it at that for confidentiality reasons. But that case was very important to me because in essence, in that case, I had a young mother who had a daughter who was found neglectful and due to the fact that her teenage daughter got pregnant. And there was some concerns within DCF with respect to the mother's supervision. And at the end of the day, the mother was found neglectful and she was put on the child abuse registry, which made it very difficult for her to find employment. She was a teacher's aide. And at this juncture, what had happened is that it was too late to file an appeal on the neglect, but we were trying to initiate action on how we can remove her from the registry if in fact it was deemed appropriate. And we had hit a roadblock because of the fact that there was a finding of neglect. And that in essence, we were initially told that there was no way that we can even initiate a hearing and have a hearing to remove her from the registry. However, I did bring that to litigation. I did bring that to the courts and ultimately won a decision with respect to the fact that even though there was a finding of neglect, it was still possible to pursue an administrative hearing to remove her from the registry. And I think that was very significant because the registry and being placed on the registry is very it has many, many impacts on someone's life. And obviously it may be very appropriate to be put on the registry. And sometimes, again, if not appropriate, I think that avenue should be open to individuals to pursue. What changes can continue to be made within DCF? I mean, again, I haven't worked within DCF for a number of years, so I'm sure there's been a lot more changes that I'm not currently on top of at the moment. But again, I think that continuing to allow individuals to address things administratively that they're not able to do within the juvenile court system is something that I think is always something that we should continue to try and encourage.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your answer and for your service to the state of Connecticut. We appreciate your time today, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Nevis, you brought up one of my push buttons is that DCF registry list. And, I want to thank you because I've been down that same road as well. And, a bunch of us yesterday, we were up at the Capitol and I was being told by, oh, it's so easy to get off of that list. And I know that it isn't. So, we talk a lot on this committee about erasing people's records. If we only knew about the secret list, that there's very little due process to get on that list, in my opinion. So I'm glad that we're potentially putting somebody on the bench that has a eyes open approach to that and is knowledgeable about that process. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
You, Representative Fishbein. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. Attorney Nevis, congratulations on your nomination. I won't go into saying anything too much. I'll just associate myself with Representative Porter. Oftentimes, that's the easiest way to do it. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from Attorney Edward Vincent O'Hanlon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If you'd raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may give us your opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Staffstrom, honorable members of the Joint Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Ted O'Hanlon. I would like to open with a couple words of thanks. First, to Governor Lamont for his trust and confidence in nominating me. Second, to the state of Connecticut for being this wonderful place for me to live, to raise my family, and to pursue my legal career. And just as importantly, to each of you for allowing me to appear today to answer your questions. I promise you that if I am confirmed as a Superior Court judge, I will do my very best to serve the people of Connecticut. I'd like to mention a couple things about me that I believe will help me as a judge if you choose to confirm me. First, I've seen a lot in my civilian practice. It has included criminal defense work and trial work across a wide range of civil matters, contract employment, securities law, personal injury, real property, foreclosures, municipal law, takings, real property development, and zoning appeals. I enjoy problem solving. My clients have included individuals and corporations, charities, governments, disabled veterans, and indigents. I've appeared in forums ranging from the small claims court all the way to the Supreme Court. I can work with the bar. I've worked in my own small firm for 10 years, and now I'm in a larger firm. As a volunteer mediator and arbitrator for the Superior Court, I've worked with a lot of other firms and solos, and including especially self-represented parties. I value teamwork. My legal work in the Navy ranged from advocating for disabled servicemen to trying criminal cases to advising ship captains at sea. A mentor told me when I left active duty, he said, "Your time in uniform might not seem very relevant to what you're about to do, but it should make you see, as others may not, that there is real worth in the people around you." Those words have traveled with me down to today. The third and main reason is that public service is always important to me, whether it's my Naval Reserve duty, my volunteer work in New Canaan, and in pro bono cases for disabled veterans. The reason I applied to be a judge is to work again for something greater than myself, to give back what I've learned both in terms of the law and about people, to the very legal system to which I owe so much and that has facilitated my being here before you. Suffice to say, I am humbled and honored to be nominated. To me, being a judge would be the most exciting and rewarding phase of my legal career. So thank you for this moment to offer my perspective. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning or good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have no questions for you. Reviewing the backup, it appears that you have a very lengthy, impressive history, not only here, but in Virginia, in the military. And I want to thank you for your service and congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Hear me? Okay. Mr. O'Hanlon, Ted, I just wanted to say hello. And I'm so happy to see you there. We miss you in New Canaan. The loss of the bar is a gain for the bench. And looking forward to seeing you elevated and wish you all the best. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney O'Hanlon, and congratulations on your nomination. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what it's been like practicing not only as a private practice lawyer, but contemporaneously and simultaneously as a member of the Naval Reserve and the Judge Advocate Corps. How did those two experiences play off of each other? And do you think they would help you in your service on the bench?
That's a good question. Thank you. They've helped me in a number of ways. First of all, the Connecticut Naval Reserve law community is a very active and diverse group of men and women. It has been as much of a help to me as a bar organization as the local bar has, because particularly when I was starting my own practice, there was somebody there who was involved in any area of the law that I was working in. So it was a constant source of information and help and camaraderie, and it still is today. The substantive work that I did for the Navy was fascinating because it was mostly international law and at the War College in Newport. So that was just intellectually fulfilling, and it was something that I could bring back to the Reserve community. But I think the Allard, Navy trial training and Marine trial training, because I tried cases with Marines, is very rigorous. You'd finish a case and you would be reviewed by the judge with your adversary right there. So it was very valuable to me today. I was a trial counsel. I still can stand up sometimes and say, all rise, because as a Navy prosecutor, you were responsible for the courtroom staff. But it was just terrific experience.
Well, thank you for that answer. Your questionnaire is very impressive. As a fellow veteran of the Department of the Navy, I'd like to thank you for your service, and not only in the military, but also to your community. And I hope you'll continue to do that as a member of the bench as well.
Thank you to you and your family as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations. I do have a question. I was very impressed with your questionnaire as well. And you were a classics major.
That's correct. Thank you.
I'm not quite sure where to go with that, but Anthony Fauci was also, by the way, but that had something to do with Jesuit schools, and I expect. How did you pivot, and was there a particular area of the classics that informed your life view?
You know, I chose the classics mainly because of the strong teaching that was there, and I have to give credit to the Presbyterians, not the Jesuits, for my educational background. But it's a logic form. It's a study of human nature across millennia, It's the history, the philosophy. It was a little bit of everything, and I was thrilled by it, and I've kept it up through the years. It's a terrific background.
I almost did that as well, but for me, the close reading of the text was almost as important as the stories. But that was an interesting side of you, and I congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Is there a comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us today. The fact that you are associated with the branch of the service that you are means a lot to me as a veteran as well. Congratulations on your nomination, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Chairman Winfield. To you too.
All right. Next, we will hear from Angelica Papastavros.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What a cutie you have there.
I'm dealing with some child issues. His twin sister left, and so he's miserable, but that's okay. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information, would you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
You may provide your statement.
Thank you so much. Chairman Whittenfield and Strathsom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of this Judiciary Committee. It is an honor and a privilege to appear before you. It is also an honor to have been nominated by Governor Lamont. I would also like to acknowledge my husband, Christopher Gumkowski, for all of his support, as well as acknowledge the hard work and sacrifices of my parents that paved the road for me to appear before you today. I feel that I have achieved the American dream being here. I was born in Bridgeport 9 months after my parents arrived in the United States from Greece, having escaped a military coup. My parents did not speak any English, and I had to teach myself to speak it watching Sesame Street so that I may serve as a translator for them and assist us in navigating through this new country. Neither of my parents completed high school in Greece. In fact, neither completed elementary school, as they began working the fields at 6 years old. However, they taught me the importance of an education and hard work. At an early age, I was taught to treat others with honor and respect, values I adhere to today. With these values, I began my legal career in 1996 in the private sector and eventually entered private practice with an emphasis on criminal defense, representing both adults and juveniles. I then joined the Public Defender's Office, continuing my work in the area of criminal law, representing the most vulnerable and indigent clients. It would be an honor and a privilege to serve the citizens of this state, and should this committee see fit to confirm my nomination, I will serve in a manner that respects everyone and their rights, and will be a fair and impartial judge. It is a privilege to answer any questions this committee may have.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Attorney Papastavros.
Good afternoon.
You've worked with some people that I know pretty well, John Williams and Karen Torrey. Did you work in John's office prior to graduating from law school?
No, sir. I got my job there. It was my first job out of law school.
Okay, because in your backup, you said you worked there from 1995 to 2000. In your introductory.
You're right. I apologize. I worked with Attorney Williams as a paralegal, working on responding to interrogatories and preparing depositions, questions for depositions with the lawyers while I was awaiting results from the bar. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. And then when is the last time that you tried a case?
I tried a case in Danbury as a public defender. I want to say 2014, 2015, but 2014 sounds right.
All right, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Is there comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. Attorney Papastavros. That being the case, I want to thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your nomination, and
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. And happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Good afternoon.
Same to you. Next, we will hear from Attorney Chris Pelosi. I see you. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may offer your statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Winfield and Staffstrom, Ranking Member Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished committee members. I'd first like to thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. I am extremely thankful to be nominated by Governor Lamont to serve as a Superior Court judge. It is an honor and a privilege for the confidence he has placed in me to serve the people of Connecticut. Like the many of those who have come before me, I am here respectfully seeking judicial appointment. As a Superior Court judge, my goal would be to enhance the public's confidence and trust in our judicial system when faith in government is needed the most. I was born in Waterbury, and along with my brother, were raised by two loving and supportive parents. I attended Holy Cross High School and Assumption College, and in 1990 was hired by the Office of Adult Probation. My duties included monitoring individuals placed on probation, enforcing their court-ordered conditions, and assisting them in achieving their long-term rehabilitative goals. In 1994, I was accepted to Quinnipiac Law School and attended on a part-time evening basis while maintaining my position as a probation officer. After graduating in 1998, I have had the pleasure of working as an assistant state's attorney in Hartford for the last 21 years. I have handled countless cases from arraignment to disposition, and have tried numerous cases to a jury. I believe I am compassionate and even tempered, who has strived to do my job while balancing the rights of victims and the accused at all times. As for my personal background, my father was an Iwo Jima survival and a Purple Heart recipient. He was also the first family relations officer in Connecticut, working at the Waterbury Courthouse for 40 years. He was well known for his generosity, charity, and volunteerism in support of the needy and the poor in the Waterbury area. He instilled in me at a very young age the crucial role the judiciary plays in the promotion of fairness and equality for all members of our society. I would bring these important values to the bench. I was married in 2012 to Kate Boucher, an attorney. I currently reside in Berlin with my 7-year-old son, Logan. Sadly, shortly after Logan was born, Kate was diagnosed with ALS, and she passed in 2018 of October at the age of 37. Despite her disease, Kate and I took full advantage of what life offered us and made every day count. It was with Kate's help, steadfast encouragement, and belief in me that I completed the application for judicial selection. I have a terrific support system to include Logan's grandparents, aunts, uncles, and close friends. I am extremely grateful for their help. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to each member of this committee for considering my nomination, and I would be happy to answer any questions that any committee members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Pelosi. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Attorney Pelosi.
Good afternoon.
It was interesting reading the cases that you listed in your application. Very troubling cases, but you're on the front line dealing with these issues. The especially the Valley case was difficult to read. Question 26. As part of backup, we get writing samples, right? And the question doesn't ask for a writing sample. It says to please submit 3 written legal documents that evidence your practice of law. So I think you gave us some interesting backup, one of which is a memorandum of decision from a particular case. And am I to understand that because your name is on it, that would be supportive of the question? Because it's certainly not a writing sample. And I'm not saying a writing sample is required.
That was a brief that we had to do, and that was, I think, the law or the memorandum was attached to it, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so there's a motion to, as far as backup, what I got is a motion to dismiss defendant September 21, 2020 revised motion to correct illegal sentence. So is that the only document that, so you're saying the memorandum is attached to that as an exhibit? What else did you submit for writing or written?
I believe I submitted a motion possibly for joinder, and I'm not too sure what else I had submitted. Maybe a motion for non-testimonial evidence also.
Okay. I'm going to look for those. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Attorney Pelosi.
Good afternoon.
I have the great privilege as having worked with you going back many years as a probation officer, and I watched you work your way through law school at night and watched as you started a family and the turmoil you went through and the struggle you went through with your wife, and our deepest condolences. I have witnessed you being a man of character, hard work, and leading an exemplary life, and you should be commended for that. I do have one question. I see most of your experience is criminal based. How would you feel if you were placed in a civil court?
Thank you. At the beginning of the process, I recognized that I could be placed in a court other than a criminal court. I am willing to accept any assignment that Chief Court Administrator Judge Carroll deems appropriate, and I would handle those cases with the same amount of dedication and attention that I have or do with my cases as a prosecutor. I would work hard, I would research, and I would reach out to more experienced judges to help on any type of issue of law.
Thank you, sir. And I certainly know you to be a person of great character and great honor, and I'm very happy that you're before us with this nomination today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Attorney Pelosi.
Good afternoon.
It's nice to see you. Thank you for appearing before us today, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
How long were you a probation officer before you became an attorney?
I was a probation officer for 10 years, approximately 10 years.
Would you mind just telling the committee a bit about how your experience as a probation officer has affected or informed your service as an attorney, and perhaps how it might affect or inform your experience if you are elevated to the bench?
Sure. I recognize that as a probation officer, you dealt with a lot of clients who had mental health issues, addiction issues, so forth. And you realize that as you become a prosecutor, that the same type of individual, those same issues occur, or you see, or I've seen as a prosecutor. I think recognizing those issues, recognizing the challenges that these people have would carry over with me, and I would apply what I've known or what I've learned from a probation officer as well as the state's attorney to that of the judge.
Thank you very much for that answer. Your questionnaire is very impressive, as is your testimony, and I really appreciate you being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Veach.
To you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, I apologize, tell Chris, congratulate him. He's a fellow Berlinite, if you will, and I just wanted to say hello and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, Representative Veach.
Thank you, Representative Bembas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Attorney Pelosi. I also just want to take this opportunity to congratulate you on your nomination. And I know it's been previously said by another representative that many times we do get contacted by individuals with information on nominees. And I must say that you're probably one of the individuals on the list that I've heard from people most. People who know you personally as well as professionally, and then also a combination thereof. And they all speak very highly of you. I certainly also am impressed with your professional resume in that regard. And I have a special place also in my heart for the Waterbury Probation Office, as I think it was back many, many years ago when I was in high school. I actually interned there, and it was an opportunity to certainly, get a taste of the system, but truly see all the hard work that goes into working at a probation office, from the PSIs all the way down to having to maintain that contact with the individuals. So it's certainly, a breath of fresh air to have you with all the experience and a variety of different professional experiences that you're going to be bringing to the bench. So I just wanted to associate myself in congratulating you on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Stafstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pelosi, I got the sense in your response to Representative Callahan's question that you would prefer, at least long-term, a criminal assignment. Is that fair?
Gary?
I'm sorry. Yeah. I think that I would be in a unique position to get into or have an advantage in a criminal court, Representative Stafstrom.
Okay. So I guess I feel compelled then to ask, given that you have kind of a long history in the prosecutor's office, and particularly the state prosecutor's office, how can you assure this committee that you can divorce yourself from that role and, in some respects, those relationships and that background to be a fair and impartial jurist with respect to criminal defendants who may come before you?
Thank you. I recognize that I will not advocate or cannot advocate for the prosecutor or either side. I am to be fair, and I am an impartial person, and I am to be a neutral arbiter. I have, as a prosecutor, certain obligations, ethical obligations that I must uphold. And as a judge, I intend to have or uphold the same ethical obligations. And again, that's being neutral and not advocating for one side or the other.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or questions? If not, Attorney Pelosi, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on your nomination, and I hope you can enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next, we will hear from Carla Texador. Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, you have your, you may provide us with your opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Stafstrom, Vice Chairs, ranking members, and all distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. It is with such great honor that I have the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Carla Parkinson Texador. I was born in London, England, to two immigrant parents. Both my mother and my father were born in Jamaica and brought to England by their parents when they were school-aged. I am the firstborn of 5 children, and I'm the only girl. I grew up in a very tight and close-knit family, and I was the first one to go to university, but I'm thankful to say I am not the last. My family were always very proud in their Jamaican heritage, and we grew up never forgetting our roots and where we came from. I'm fortunate to have been raised by hardworking parents and grandparents who instilled great values in myself and my brothers. My parents, especially my father, encouraged me to go to university, even though he never had that opportunity. And he encouraged me to pursue a career that had longevity and meaning. And so I chose the law.
I attended the University of Greenwich in London while staying at home. After completing my law degree, I worked for 2 years as a corrections officer in Brixton Prison, which is a men's prison in Southeast London. It was while I was working there as a corrections officer that I visited America for the first time. I fell in love with America and its legal system very quickly. After I was admitted to the New York bar, I was hired to work at a small Manhattan law firm, focusing on personal injury cases. It was then that I moved to New York from London. In New York, I worked for about 8 years in the area of personal injury and insurance defense work. I worked both as a plaintiff's lawyer and as defense counsel. I drafted pleadings, argued motions, settled cases, picked juries, and tried cases. Following that 8 years of busy litigation work, I was appointed as an agency attorney for the New York City Department of Education. There, I delved into the very specialized area of education law. It was while I was there that I met my now husband, Antonio, who is from Connecticut, and we decided that Connecticut would be a great state to raise a family and call home. I moved here in 2012 and worked for a medium-sized law firm in Milford, continuing my practice in education law. Then in 2014, I was fortunate enough to be appointed as an assistant attorney general by our former attorney general, George Jepson. I've been in that position since 2014 in the Employment Rights Department. We defend state agencies and senior state officials in all aspects of employment discrimination litigation and administrative complaints. I've been a member of the George W. Crawford Black Bar Association since 2012, for which I have actively participated in numerous committees, as well as serving as the secretary and sitting on the board of directors. I've also served as a mentor through various organizations here in Connecticut, including Hartford Promise, Grace Academy Middle School, LCD, and Crawford. I am a James W. Cooper Fellow with the Connecticut Bar Foundation. Additionally, I am an adjunct professor at Quinnipiac University for the Education Law course. I believe my unique personal background and vast and varied 19 years of legal experience make me both qualified for and well-suited to be a judge of the Superior Court. Aside from my legal experience, personally, I have the judicial temperament to make a good judge. I am patient, courteous, and respectful to all. I wish to thank Governor Lamont for this nomination. I would also like to thank my family and friends who are watching here, Jamaica, and England. I would especially like to thank my parents for instilling in me a strong will and bravery to follow my dreams wherever they take me. Last but certainly not least, I would like to thank my loving husband, Antonio, and our 3 beautiful daughters, Sonali, Zoe, and Ariana, who are watching right now, for always believing in me and supporting my ambitions. Thank you for your time today, and I welcome any questions you have for me.
Thank you very much. Representative Fishbein.
I didn't want you to stop. I mean, I love listening to the accent. I mean, you can keep on going if you want. But anyway,
thank you.
The adjunct professor role at Quinnipiac. How long have you been doing that?
I think I started that in 2018. It's a summer course.
Okay, so accelerated. Yeah, that's really jam-packed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And maybe it's the England utilization of the verb, but you say that in your answer to question 17 that you were appointed as an assistant attorney general. I've never heard that term before in that role. It was my understanding that most are hired. I
was hired.
Okay, so an appointment is like what we're doing here today.
Right.
You're nominated and then appointed. So you're just, you interviewed, resume, hired.
I was using the word in a fancy way, maybe. But yes, I was hired. I applied and I was hired. I was interviewed and hired. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just a different process. So I just want to get that.
Absolutely.
I have no other questions, and congratulations on your nomination. So thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Chair, and Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your nomination, ma'am. I look forward to supporting you through this process. I really enjoyed reading about your career. I did just want to ask one very quick question. I noticed in your answer to question 11 that you previously served as a corrections officer, and that sort of sparked my interest in how it might influence your decision in sentencing proceedings. If I just wanted to provide an opportunity for you to talk about that admittedly non-legal professional experience as to how it might impact your role as a judge.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question and for the opportunity to talk about it. So I worked in a men's prison for 2 years in England following completion of my law degree. I wanted to immerse myself in the criminal justice system in some way, and I'm glad I did. It was an opportunity to work with people that were unlike myself, that were in a dark place in their life, or, had been in an unfortunate circumstance. It gave me the opportunity to really humble myself and to empathize with people and to show compassion. And that's something that I keep with me to this day. And I think if I am appointed and I serve in a GA, drawing on that experience will definitely help me.
Well, thank you so much for that answer. And congratulations again. Thank you for your service to the state of Connecticut. Thanks for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Judge Carlita Samantha Parkinson Texador. And I had to say that whole name because it just sounds so good. No questions. I was going to ask about what my good senator just asked you, but I will just go ahead and congratulate you on this nomination. I tell you, this has really been a day that I will celebrate for the Judiciary Committee. It has been very engaging. We've had some really bright and really great people before us. I'm getting tongue-tied because I'm so excited. And I'm just going to put it out there. You are the icing on the cake for me today. And I know that your parents, your family, your friends, myself included, are very proud and excited at the prospect of you being on the bench soon and very soon. You talk about expansive personal injury, defense, insurance, workers' comp, medical malpractice, education, special education, employment law. You've got a lot of good things wrapped in there with a lot of good lived experience along with what you've done with the non-legal employment after college. And I'm just really excited to see you go through this process and wanted to take this opportunity to share my excitement with you all and congratulate you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Rabinbis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and probably very similar to the last representative that spoke. I just wanted to congratulate you on your nomination. And I must say that, we all as members of this committee have an opportunity to receive your questionnaires in advance, look through them, look at your references, not only your legal experience references that are placed in those questionnaires, but then individuals who truly have worked with you. And once again, I've heard nothing but wonderful things represented about your work ethic as well. And I must give a shout out as well to Governor Lamont and whoever was advising him on this pool of nominations. I'm certainly seeing experienced, diverse, and very humble people coming before us. I'm actually quite excited as well about the elevation that all of you potentially are going to be having to our bench. So thank you for your interest in the bench. I think that's first and foremost, because without your application, you wouldn't have received this nomination, and look forward to seeing you elevated to the bench. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Representative Rabinbis.
Thank you, Representative. Next will be Representative Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't have any questions, but I did want to congratulate you on your nomination, as you are one of my constituents, and I wish you the very best. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Very
much.
impressive. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Beach. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney Texador, very much for your testimony. In order to be consistent, I probably should ask my robitis question. I think I know the answer, but just for anyone who has concerns, which I do not, but if there's any members that do, how would you assure us that robitis will not be a problem for you going forward?
I come from very humble beginnings. I grew up on a council estate in Southeast London in England. We received government assistance. My grandparents, migrated from Jamaica and had to work their way very, very hard to feed us and to get us through school. I cannot envision a time where I would not be humble. I know my parents are watching, and if I ever embarrass them by being rude or disrespectful to someone, I would never hear the end of it. So I can assure you my Jamaican upbringing is with me to this day. I would never be rude or impatient with anyone. No.
Well, thank you so very much for your testimony. God bless, and congratulations to your entire family.
Thank you.
I'm sure it means the world to them, and I'm very happy for you and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to meet you. You're very impressive, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I just had a couple quick questions. First of all, it says and I think you described in your testimony that you served as a corrections officer.
Yes.
How long did you do that work?
2 years.
And was that before, during, I guess you went to law school in the UK. Was that before or after law school, first of all?
It was after. It was after I graduated.
And was it here in the United States?
No, it was in England. I worked in London, in Southeast London, as a prison officer, it's called there, but it's a corrections officer.
Okay, very interesting. So I guess two kind of related questions. One is, how has that experience informed your work as an attorney throughout the years? And how has being educated in law in the UK informed your experience as an attorney?
Okay, so the first question with regards to being a prison officer or a corrections officer, I would say that although I've not practiced in the area of criminal law, some of the lessons I learned working with those individuals carries over. So if I'm opposing a pro se litigant, for example, taking the patience with them and not making assumptions about them, right? About what might be in their background, what kind of day they've had or where they've come from, and not judging them on their station in life. Because spending 2 years every day with mostly the same incarcerated people, you get to see, you can't assume that because they're there that what they've done or what that means about their character. And that translates over to when you are an attorney and you're opposing someone in court. So I would say that was the takeaway of how it influenced how I practice law. And then the second question is interesting. So as you know, I'm sure, American law is based on Old English common law, like the 6 core subjects you learn in the first year at least. So there really wasn't much of an issue. I didn't see any really uphill battle. The hardest part was the bar exam. Yes.
Well, I appreciate the testimony, and I don't think anyone has ever enjoyed the bar exam in the history of law. So I can certainly empathize there. Thank you again for your testimony, for answering our questions. Obviously you're very impressive, and we're very excited to have you serving on our bench.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination. And I guess I shouldn't ask about your experience in corrections in the country some of us call England, not the UK. But I would be curious, and I don't know if you would think of it today. Many of us have been very worried about the safety of the people in corrections in Connecticut and the spread of COVID. And I noticed with interest that in Ireland, for example, the prevalence of COVID in the Irish prisons was almost negligible. And in England, not so much either, although it popped recently, and there have been a lot of problems. I don't know if you're prepared to answer all these questions about your corrections done today, but sometimes it's helpful to look at our own system through the lens of another, and so if you have any views, if not today, but going forward in dialogue with us, we can all learn.
Sure. I mean, that's a very interesting question. I'm not aware of what the impact has been on the prison system there with COVID. I can only talk about my family and friends and the rates we see on the news. So I really can't answer that, but it is an interesting topic.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose I shouldn't ask you about your time as a Zumba instructor.
You certainly can.
Are you still doing that?
I am.
You might find a lot of lawyers signing up for your classes. But
have them.
It'll probably keep your mind clear, for sure.
It does help. It does help.
Well, I certainly don't want to, he was long before my time, but it is so wonderful to see George Crawford's name on your questionnaire also, because when I moved to Connecticut, there were people who spoke to me about him in terms of reverence, not just in terms of his own personal achievement, but his sense of reaching out to others and making sure that people had a path forward and knew how to negotiate a system. And I don't know if that was an important part of your life, but it was thrilling to see his name on 2 of our questionnaires today.
Yes, I am so proud to be a member of Crawford. It is without a doubt one of the greatest decisions that I made in moving to Connecticut. They've been so wonderful, not only supportive of me, but supportive of the community and providing us who are blessed and us who are in good positions, providing us a vehicle to give back and to reach out to middle school, to high school students. We do college interviews for them, mock college interviews for them. We do essay contests. It really is a great organization.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions from other members of the committee? Comments or question? If not, Attorney Texador, I want to thank you for joining us today. Unlike Representative Dillon, I had seen your Zumba in your background. I was going to leave it alone. It just reminded me I need to get back in the gym. I want to say in seriousness that you bring a wealth of experiences, and I think perhaps more importantly, perspective that I think will go a long way to benefiting the state when you are on the bench. Congratulations, and try to enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jessica Torres Schlatts.
Yes.
Are you here?
Yes.
Okay, if you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your statement.
Good afternoon, Chair Winfield, Chair Staffstrom, Vice Chair Blumenthal, Vice Chair Kasser, ranking members Fishbein and Kissel, and to the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jessica Torres, and it is a distinct honor to be here before you today. I would like to thank Governor Ned Lamont for this nomination. I'm humbled by his confidence in my ability to be a just and fair jurist. I could not be here today without the continued and loving support of my family, and I thank them for the sacrifices they have made. I would also be remiss if I did not thank all of the people who have helped me on this journey. Some were good friends, others mentors, and a few individuals who simply went out of their way to provide guidance to a fellow member of the bar. I am forever grateful for their assistance in helping me achieve my goals. My mother was a Peruvian immigrant who came to the United States seeking a better life for herself and her family. My mother raised my sister and I on her own in a working poor neighborhood in East Hartford. She taught us that if we worked hard and studied harder, better things would come. We believed that success would not be easy, but it was possible. I worked hard and eventually matriculated at the University of Connecticut and graduated in 1996 with a bachelor's degree in business administration. I subsequently graduated in 1999 from Western New England University School of Law. And in gratitude for being able to achieve this level of success, I wanted to do something meaningful with my law career. I could think of no better way to fulfill that goal than work in state service. The same year I graduated, I began working as a prosecutor handling appeals. I then moved to the GA in Bristol and then to New Britain as a juvenile prosecutor. In New Britain, I handled all matters related to juvenile criminal justice, which included pretrials, short calendar, and courtside trials. I then moved to the Rockville GA, where I worked on the daily docket, judicial pretrials, youthful offender matters, jury, and courtside trials. Wanting to expand upon my practice area, I moved to the Attorney General's office, where I was able to work in child protection for 12 years, conducting numerous trials in the process. There, I handled orders of temporary custody, neglect, and termination of parental rights petitions. I eventually served as a supervisor, overseeing the work of 3 other assistant attorneys general. As a supervisor, I worked to efficiently schedule our personnel and evenly distribute the work within our jurisdiction. I also served as a liaison between the court and our agency and the court and our client. I have rounded my legal experience by moving into civil litigation, where I have handled civil case matters in both the state and federal courts, worked on habeas corpus matters, and handled cases before the Claims Commission. If permitted to serve as a Superior Court judge, I believe my diverse practice areas over the span of 20 years would help inform my decisions and be beneficial to the judiciary. If permitted to serve the people of the state of Connecticut in this position, I would endeavor to be a firm, fair, and humble servant. I appreciate your attention and welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Attorney Schlatts.
Good afternoon.
An aspect of your resume that you didn't speak about is the home improvement prosecution portion, and I've been involved in some of that stuff. What was your role? What kind of matters were you handling there?
The matters that I handled, I started with public safety in 2018, and the home improvement prosecution was out of that department. So as part of my role, I took on those cases. I handled 2 matters as a special deputy assistant state's attorneys, and they involved home improvement contractors who had not fulfilled the obligations that the customers had wanted. So we just met with, and they were both pro se. So I met with the contractors, tried to negotiate the best outcome for the consumer, and eventually prosecuted the cases.
So those, my recollection of the statute is that criminal charges can emanate when one takes a deposit from a homeowner, but they don't engage in any action to effectuate the contract. Is that those are the kind of cases you're handling?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for that, and congratulations on your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me lower my other thing. Just wanted to thank you, Ms. Torres, for putting yourself out there and congratulate you on your nominee. Just want to highlight that given the opportunity while you were at the AG's office, you worked to get a breadth of knowledge of nominee and president. Luck.
Thank you, Representative.
Did you hear that question?
I did not.
Yes, Representative, you broke up, so if you could try to reframe the question.
No question, just comments.
Oh,
thank you.
All right. Comment or question from the rest of any other members of the committee? Comment or Representative Fishbein, is your hand up or still up? Okay.
Now lowered. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Comment or question from members of the committee? I do not see any. I would like to thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Offering your testimony, and congratulations on your nomination. And try to enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Carla Naso Zena. Are you present? Yes, you are present. If you would raise your right hand I had to find you jumping around the screen. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may offer your statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Staffstrom, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and other esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Carla Naso. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me and all of you for the opportunity to be here before you. I would also like to thank my husband of 17 years, Chad, and my children, Colton and Chadley, for supporting and loving me this entire way. By way of background, I am a first-generation American born in Hartford, Connecticut. My parents immigrated to the United States. My mother, Maria, came from Cuba in 1962, and my father, Carlos, came in 1970 from Portugal. I'm grateful to them both for fostering within me the importance of education, integrity, and hard work, topped off with a strong dose of remember where you came from mentality. I grew up in the Parkville section of Hartford, working at my parents' bakery and watching Judge Wapner. There began my dream of becoming a judge. My legal career has taken a twisting path, beginning with private practice, moving on to an in-house counsel position, and then returning to private practice with my work as an attorney for the Commission on Child Protection. In that capacity, I represented indigent children and parents who were the subjects of abuse and neglect investigations by the Department of Children and Families. Making the leap from in-house counsel to this new role showed me the importance of strong advocacy and how it could potentially impact vulnerable individuals, children, and families. I eventually took a position as an attorney at a general practice law firm, and I learned the ins and outs of civil court representing individuals in foreclosure actions, bankruptcies, and divorce actions. Along the way, my practice organically shifted to solely representing individuals in divorce and custody actions in family court. I was fortunate to eventually land a position at the firm of Loudon, Katz and McGrath, working for my mentor, attorney Robert Katz. As a partner at Loudon, Katz and McGrath, I have had the pleasure of working with partners that share my values, work ethic, and desire to provide top-level advocacy for all clients. If confirmed, I promise to carry out my duties as a Superior Court judge with integrity, patience, and respect for the people of Connecticut. I thank you for your time and will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comments, no questions, and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Carla. I first want to say to my colleagues on the committee, yes, I am in a car, and yes, I am parked, because I know that that has been a concern of late. But I did want to just congratulate you, Carla, and let the committee know that I have known you for quite a long time. We first met as colleagues at Updike, Kelly and Pelosi, which was, I believe, your first job after law school and my second. And we practiced together in the corporate and real estate area. And I think you perhaps wised up and moved on to greener pastures. I still am practicing in that area, but you've moved on to better and brighter things. And I think you bring a great wealth of experience. You have intelligence. You have compassion and common sense. I think you're going to be outstanding. And just one question, I think, will help the committee. Again, in your more recent experience in family law, I wonder if you could tell the committee about your approach to handling contentious family law matters.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Doucette. It's good to see you again. Candidly, I think my approach to divorces, whether one would consider them high contest, high conflict or not, is similar. I talk to my clients. I tell them what they need to hear, not necessarily what they want to hear. I try to counsel them in a way that preserves the integrity of the process. I think information is key, so they need to know about the process, and the steps that are part of it. I think sometimes lawyers don't do a good job of keeping their clients informed about what their rights are and what the next steps are, and where they have choices, and sometimes where they do not have choices. So I try to take that approach with all of my cases.
Thank you. That's great. And again, I think that approach is important. And again, my personal knowledge of you and your approach is one of compassion as well as common sense. So I congratulate you again. I look forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and so good to see you, Ms. Zahner, and congratulations on this nominee. I will also share our personal connection. We both see each other on the basketball court because our sons are on the same basketball team. And so I get to see firsthand how you are as a mother and how engaged you are in our community. But to your legal background, I just want to elevate your work with the Commission on Child Protection. And I think you will make a fantastic judge. So congratulations.
Thank you very much, Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist. Representative Rabimbis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to also congratulate this nominee. Certainly, I would associate my prior comments with your nomination of someone who's, again, a diverse background, very professional experience that's much needed on our bench. And it actually reminds me of a positive experience I once had when I was a very new attorney many, many years ago. Having run into a judge at that time in the juvenile court who sat on the superior bench of Portuguese descent, who literally, unbeknownst to me, I didn't know that she was of Portuguese background, but she pronounced my name in Portuguese, and that connection alone certainly was welcoming. And we talk about diversity on the benches, having people come before individuals who have similar backgrounds, and I think that's certainly important. So I just wanted to, and certainly she is a wonderful example now on the Supreme Court of the state of Connecticut. And I think she certainly is a mentor to me and an example we can all strive for. And I certainly see those qualities in you and all of the professional work that you have done. So in associating, my good feelings with that individual, I just wanted to congratulate you, Attorney Carla Naso Zahner, and look forward to seeing your elevation to the bench as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbis.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbis. Is there a comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I do not see any. I want to thank you very much for joining us today and capping off a good crop of nominees. Congratulations on your nomination. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and I suspect when the vote is cast, you will really enjoy the rest of your afternoon. So thank you for joining us today. That would be it for the judges that we have. I believe we have one individual signed up to testify who should be familiar to the members of the committee if you've been here any period of time, and that would be Attorney Bob Shea. And I see he's in the room. If you unmute, you can have your 3 minutes to testify.
Good afternoon, Senator. Can you hear me?
I hear you perfectly. Good to see you.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for inviting me to testify today. I'm Bob Shea from West Hartford, Connecticut, and I'm testifying from the front steps of the state capitol. I wanted to be on the property to provide this testimony, and I really miss seeing you all. But yeah, I felt very compelled on behalf of myself and my wife, Roseanne, to testify today in strong support of Linda Allard as a judge. Linda is our dear friend and neighbor, and for many, many years, Rose and I have been amazed at what Linda Allard does with the children that she takes into her home. I know you folks heard her testify very humbly this morning about, her work as a foster mom and an adoptive mom and a respite mom, but it's just unbelievable to see how much Linda loves these children and how much these children love Linda. And whenever Rose and I see Linda, our hearts and our souls are just filled with joy. And I know, and I've seen all the judges get appointed over the past 26 or 27 years before the Judiciary Committee. And I believe Linda will be among the best. She's very considerate. She's very respectful of all people. She's very kind. She's very humble. And I believe that she's going to make our court system even better and even stronger. And I respectfully urge all my friends on the committee to vote enthusiastically in support of Linda Allard for judge. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Deborah, for helping me get signed up today. And I hope to see you soon when the building opens. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a comment or question for Mr. Shea? Comment or question? See, oh, there you go. Representative Odette.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just want to say hello to Mr. Shea. Good to see you as always, and thanks for your testimony, and looking forward to seeing you in person soon. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go Friars. Hey, Rep. O'Day, I did hear you ask the Andrew McDonald question about robitis. I mean, yeah, there's no shot that Linda Allard will have any robitis whatsoever. She's a humble, caring, loving person. And if you saw her with these kids, you'd know exactly what I mean. She's just a wonderful person, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Chairman Stastrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have several hours of questioning for.
Don't tell my boss, my new boss, that I'm doing this.
That's what I was going to say. You don't mind staying with us for the rest of the afternoon, do you, Bobby?
I would love to, actually. I'm here at the Capitol. Come on up.
All right, good. No, just wanted to say hi and make sure when the building opens, you get whatever remaining luggage or cups you have left in the Judiciary Suite out of there, would you?
I will.
Take care.
Thank you,
Representative.
Thank you for your work. Thank you for your work during this pandemic, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Bob, stay on because Representative Fishbein has a question for you too.
Okay.
Bob, I just want you to know that after Steve is done with his questioning, we're going to have you put under oath, and then I'm going to question you. So
I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Nice to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. And before you go, I just want to add in, I've been on this committee since I came to the legislature, spent many hours sitting with you, talking about all kinds of things. And you actually helped me a lot to understand things that I didn't understand. So I just want to thank you for that. I also want to thank you for the message the other day that I didn't get to respond to, wishing me a happy birthday. I saw it. Yeah. And thank you for testifying for Linda Allard. I'm sure she really appreciates that really great testimony you offered.
Yeah. Well, thank you, friends. We'll see you soon.
All right. So I don't believe thank you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I don't believe anyone else was signed up. And so that would bring the public hearing portion of the day to a close. It is my understanding that the Republicans will be caucusing. I believe they have the information on that. And also when we are to return, a notification will be sent out suggesting as much. We just so that everyone's clear, we are returning using this link or another, Madam Administrator, just so everyone's clear.
Depending on how long the ours will be caucusing, do you anticipate it taking more than half an hour?
No.
Okay, so we'll just continue to keep this feed live, and we'll just stay in this link, the public hearing link. There will not be a committee meeting link sent out. There hasn't been. And everyone just get back to this meeting.
Sheldon,
okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
before we break, you need to convene the committee meeting.
That's true.
Yeah. So the public hearing will be at a close, and I will convene and then recess the committee meeting of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you all. We'll see you soon.
Madam Administrator or Madam Clerk,
Yes.
could you give a 5-minute warning, please?
Oh, I was just preparing the email. Thank you.
Okay, I have 150, so unless there are comments from my co-chair, the ranking member, we will reconvene the committee meeting. Madam Administrator looks ready. Nominations for review to be a judge of the Superior Court. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Linda Allard of West Hartford to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Representative Gilchrist, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein, do you have a motion you'd like to make?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we can create a consent calendar and that we move the nomination of Linda Allard to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to the creation of a consent calendar or to placing this nominee on the consent calendar? Seeing none, so ordered. Moving on, may I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of John A. Sorello of New Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion of this nominee? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of John A. Cirillo to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Seeing no objection, this nomination will be placed on our consent calendar. Next up, may I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of William F. Clark of New Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
I have a motion from Representative Porter, a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, during the discussion with Attorney Clark regarding his trial work, I think some concerns were raised, and I do look at this whole group as being superlative, and congratulate Governor Lamont in making these nominations. Attorney Clark, I'm hoping that whatever concerns there are about lack of trial experience are veiled over the next few years or so, and just hope that 8 years or so from now, we're not having a discussion about that. So just wanted to flag that for this purposes. I do intend to support the nomination, but just wanted to make that known. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or concerns on this nomination? Questions or concerns? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of William F. Clark to the consent calendar.
Is there any objection to placing this nomination on the consent calendar? Is there any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Michael James Gustafson of West Hartford to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Representative O'Day, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Michael James Gustafson to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on the consent calendar? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of H. Gordon Hall of New Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Representative Dillon, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there a discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move the nomination of H. Gordon Hall to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on the consent calendar? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Kimberly Massott of Berlin to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Representative Porter, a second from Representative Gilchrist. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we transfer the nomination of Kimberly Massott to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nominee on consent? Any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, may I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Maximino Medina Jr. of Bridgeport to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Representative Sims, a second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Maximino Medina Jr. to consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Indi Moses of Seymour to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Indi Moses to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Gladis Nevis of New Haven to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I think I heard a motion from Representative Dillon and a second from Senator Haskell. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Gladys Nevis to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? If not, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Edward Vincent O'Hanlon of Old Lyme to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
Okay, I had a motion from Representative O'Day, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Representative O'Day?
Yeah, just want to note for the record, if Attorney O'Hanlon is planning on following in his wife's footsteps, he better get his application in for the appellate court pretty quick. But I support his nomination. Thank you.
Further discussion on this nomination? If not, Representative Fishbein?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Edward Vincent O'Hanlon to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Representative O'Day, do you have your hand up to object?
I do not, Mr. Chair. I thought lower. Thank you very much.
Okay. In that case, without hearing any objection, this nomination is placed on the consent calendar. Next, may I have a motion to favor report on the governor's nomination of Angelica Papastavros of Killingworth to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion from Senator Lesser. I have a second from Senator Winfield. I apologize to the nominee over my pronunciation issues. Are there other comments or questions from the committee? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Angelica Papastavros to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. May I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Chris A. Pelosi of Berlin to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I know I heard a motion. Who made the motion? I couldn't see.
Callahan. I think it's Callahan.
Representative Callahan. Okay, so
it was me,
motion
Chairman.
from
Thank you.
Representative. Sorry about that, Representative. I couldn't see you on the screen. Motion from Representative Callahan, second from Senator Winfield, Madam Administrator. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Chris A. Pelosi to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next, may I have a motion to favor report on the governor's nomination of Carla Texador of Southington to be a judge of the Superior Court. I have a motion. I have a motion from Representative Porter, a second from Senator Haskell. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion on this nomination? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Carlitha Samantha Parkinson Texador to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. May I have a motion to favorable report on the governor's nomination of Jessica Torres Schlatts of West Hartford to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Representative Gilchrist, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Jessica Torres Schlatts to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. And last but certainly not least, may I have a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of Carla Zanner of West Hartford to be a judge of the Superior Court?
So moved. So moved.
I have a motion from Representative Gilchrist, a second from Representative Rabimbus. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of Carla Naso Zanner to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this nomination on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Madam Administrator, we'll give you a moment to double check us, but I believe we have moved our entire agenda to the consent calendar.
That is correct. We have moved items 1 through 15 from Allard down to Zonner onto the consent calendar.
Okay, so items number 1 through 15, all of the nominations for review before this committee today have been moved to the consent calendar. Is there, let me give an opportunity if anybody joined us late, are there any motions to remove any of these nominees from the consent calendar by any members of the committee? Are there any nominees folks would like to remove from the consent calendar? Hearing none, Madam Administrator, these are judicial nominations, so we do need a roll call vote on the consent calendar. So if you could call the roll on the consent calendar.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield is voted in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom is voted in the affirmative. Senator Kasser. Senator Kasser, I know you.
Kasser votes in the, sorry. Senator Kasser votes in the affirmative.
Senator Kasser is voted in the affirmative. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes in the affirmative.
Representative Blumenthal is voted in the affirmative. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative.
Representative Fishbein is voted in the affirmative. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Anwar has voted yes. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
And if everyone can mute their audio while the person is being called so that we can just hear that person, thank you. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes, and happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Could you please repeat? I just saw I saw you, but it was delayed for the audio.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Curry has voted yes. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative DeMassa.
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
I saw your face moving at the end. I saw the yes part. Representative DeMassa has voted
Representative
yes.
DeMassa votes yes.
Perfect, thank you. Representative Doucette. Representative Doucette. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky has voted yes, thank you. Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexner.
Senator Fiorello votes yes.
Could you please repeat, because your audio is not catching up with your picture.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fiorello has voted yes. Thank you, Representative. Senator Flexner. Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist has voted yes. Representative Godfrey. Representative Harding.
Yes, Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Happy St. Patrick's Day to you.
Same to you.
Has voted yes. Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Representative Labriola has voted yes. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes in the affirmative.
Senator Lesser has voted in the affirmative. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative Thomas Patrick O'Day Jr. votes yes. And for all the candidates, nominees, and Representative Curry wins the best dressed for St. Patrick's Day with a close second, Representative Callahan.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Thank you, Representative O'Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you. Representative Palm.
Rep. Palm votes yes and says happy Thanksgiving. Or no, sorry, happy St. Patrick's Day. Despite my Swedish last name, I am in fact Irish. Thank you, everyone.
Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat because the audio is catching up.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative, madam.
Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Can you please repeat?
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Could you please repeat that, Representative?
Representative Riley votes yes.
Perfect. Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Senator Sampson votes yes. Is this a first? I'm sorry. Senator Sampson has voted yes. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat, Representative, it's catching up.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Veach has voted yes. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Representative Walker has voted in the affirmative. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Administrator, I am just checking. I know we're going to hold the votes for a brief period of time.
I'm checking on my end.
Madam Administrator, may I vote, please?
Yes, thank you. Representative Fox, how would you care to vote on the consent calendar, items 1 through 15, today's agenda were on the consent calendar.
Representative Fox votes in the affirmative.
Representative Fox is voting in the affirmative. Thank you so much.
Okay, I will announce the time momentarily that the meeting is going to conclude, but for those members who have voted and want to sign off, want to wish everyone again a happy St. Patrick's Day and also a nice long weekend from the Judiciary Committee. We are taking Friday off, but we will be back in action on Monday with predominantly with bills related to the Department of Corrections. So that will be Monday's public hearing agenda. We will see you all again then. Unless I hear objection, we are going to hold the votes open until 3 o'clock. And with that, the committee will stand in recess until 3 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, can I I had put the message out for 3:30 as we had discussed.
3:30. Okay. All right. In order to be consistent, let's stay with 3:30. So the meeting votes will be held open for the Judiciary Committee until 3:30. We stand in recess until 3:30.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Take care, everybody.
Hi, Deb.
Hello, Representative Set. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Hi. There you are. No problem at all. Sorry to keep you waiting.
And how do you care to vote? Every item, items 1 through 15 were put on the consent calendar for today. How would you care to vote?
I vote in the affirmative.
Representative Doucette has voted in the affirmative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll
See you
see you on
soon.
Monday. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Hey, Deb?
Hello, Representative Harding. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. There you are.
No.
Well, I see your name. Can I see your video?
Yes.
Perfect.
Right here.
Okay, wonderful. Representative Harding, we have put every item on the agenda today, 1 through 15, all the nominations on a consent calendar. How
Yep.
would you care to vote on the consent calendar, Representative Harding?
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Thank you so much for working with us.
Thanks, Deb. Have a great day. Happy St.
You as
Patrick's
well.
Day.
Same to you. Take care.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello, hello. I'm saying hello, but there wasn't anybody there. Hello, Representative Luxembourg.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
We have put all of the items on the agenda, on the consent calendar.
Representative Luxembourg votes yes on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative Luxembourg, for voting yes on the consent calendar. You can go back about your life.
Have a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
Deb, are we voting now?
Yes, we are, Senator Bradley. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I just need you to take your, put your camera on so I can see you.
Okay.
And we have voted on items 1 through 15. All the nominations were put on the consent calendar. So we're voting on the consent calendar. So it's going to be real quick and easy.
Okay, perfect. Let me figure out how to put my camera on. I don't know why it's not on. It should be automatically on. 1 second here, Deb. Sorry about that.
No worries. I'm going to see if I can ask to start video, if that will work. Probably not. Are you signed on your phone or on a computer?
I'm on my phone. I think I figured it out. Let me see here.
Oh, good.
I think I have. I just have to hit this button here now.
There we go. Perfect.
There we go.
Excellent.
Hello. Yep.
Okay. Senator Bradley, how would you care to vote?
Senator Rowley votes in the affirmative.
Senator Bradley has voted in the affirmative. Thank you so much for attending the meeting.
Thank you.
You're all
Bye.
set. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 3 o'clock. That will conclude our Judiciary Committee meeting for March 17th, 2021. Happy